I can't believe it's not Twin Shenmue Premonition Peaks Diner Double X 2021 minus 1998 RPG, but yes. I believe something like that might be in some form of existence anyway. But yes, hello Baron. And hello to whosoever this may go out to as I look at a few things. Still in a very mild state of confusion from the slight change that I made in how we have the Twitch tabs organized, but hopefully one that won't affect me for too long, since I literally just implemented this yesterday. But at this point it's at least somewhat understandable, but we'll see. But yes, we live and we try to do things in a slightly more organized fashion is what I would like to say, but we just kind of do things. As to exactly how they're gonna turn out, that still remains in some level of debate, but what I will do right now is try to move things in a way that I usually find it a good idea to move them in, which is to go, I guess, this way. Go into the scene and make a quick adjustment to the old window. There we go. I'm sure I'm not going to want to move this or have this all the way down here. Hold on. I can actually select the correct thing. There we go. Where's Image 8 again? It's at, okay, yeah. I think I will restore Image 8 and also whichever one the, okay, never mind. I was going to say yo-yo normal. Before I realized that the yo-yo thing is literally down here, but it's also not yo-yo transparent. Where is yo-yo normal then? Hold on. I have literally two sources on this scene, one of which says yo-yo normal and the other one says yo-yo transparent, and apparently the one that's down there is transparent, but where's the other one? Is it anywhere? Is it gone? This is one of the things that I lost, let's see. It's one of the things that I lost, I might as well just remove it, but what happens if I try to, I don't know, put it in the center of the... Yeah, I don't see it, so I guess I have to assume that it's just not there anymore. I guess I'm gonna remove this. And we're gonna stick with the good old transparent one here, which I guess I will move back up to here. Not really any particular reason not to have it there at this time. But yeah, hello Akira. Welcome in just in time to make a quick switch over to guessing a little bit of EGM before we get over into the main part of this. Which I fortunately was pretty much wanting to rely on something that I also ended up losing during my freaking data going down the drain incident, but I was able to pretty much prepare without too much hassle. But before we really get into that, like I said, time to see if I can set this up to be able to get a little bit of EGM. I need to get my stopwatch in range, which I believe that I have, and maybe... Oh, I was gonna say, start with whatever comes right after the last song that we heard before, which would be the Late versus Right track, but apparently for some reason this thing, the list scrolled right down to where it shows one more track after that, which I can just see, so I'll play that one next once I fade this out, which I suppose I will do now, even though there's like 15 seconds left. Hey, okay. Next track in question that I kind of got spoiled for me, I suppose you might be able to say, being this, which is apparently Advance Wars, I guess 2. I assume Black Hole Rising is 2. Jess's theme. And yep, this certainly sounds like an Advance Wars track. That's probably the most I can say about that at the moment. But yeah, using this as, I guess, a little benchmark here. Maybe turning it up a bit, or maybe I need to turn it up a bit on my end. Nah. I don't know what it is with the dial on these headphones, for some reason it seems to be a little bit flimsier than the... at least what I remember the last one being like, and sometimes it'll just go quiet, and I realize after a few seconds being like the volume get fucked on the software side of things, but no, apparently it's the dial that just kind of snapped back to the middle for some reason. But that doesn't seem to be the case right now, fortunately, but yeah. I'm sure I won't be complaining about this being too quiet in just a moment, but yeah, after I skip this and skip this manually, I will have to, because apparently this version of the track is like 24 minutes extended. I will play 5 random tracks of just whatever is after this one on this playlist, which hopefully will be something that compels me to just skip over it due to copyright robot concerns. And each will play for about a minute, and they are all guessable, you know, the usual. So, let's see if I can go ahead and get started now with whatever comes after this track, starting now. Pretty distinct instrumentation, but I don't know if that necessarily means that I'm gonna be able to put a name to whatever it is this is. I say very distinct instrumentation, but that doesn't really mean distinct enough that I can narrow it down to one thing. Especially after I started doing different things like this. Things that just make me a little bit more confused than anything, but I want to say that I am still somewhat inclined to chalk up whatever this is to one particular genre at any rate. As to what the specific work could be within that genre, I don't know if I could really say. I would say it's probably not Guilty Gear, owing to the fact that I don't recognize this at all, but it could be Strive or something. I suppose that's I think that's a thing that got put into submissions for the chase, but I'll have to find out. But apparently the joke's on me, because apparently this is technically something that I touched, however briefly. It being Guilty Gear, not Stripe, but X-Art Sign. I need to remind myself, actually, is Stripe in the... like in any of the lists for the chase currently. Yeah, it is, it's down here. It's already in submissions, okay. But no, apparently this one is from X-Art Sign and is specifically the Lily of Steel, which is Milia Rage's theme. And if I ever went back to Guilty Gear for any reason, maybe I should go back and see if I had any kind of significant prior experience with it, but no, just like trying it very briefly. I wonder if I would suck less if I went back to XX, which is technically the one that I played more, or if I tried this one out instead. I don't know. I mean, tried it out for more than like 15 minutes, which is my experience with this specific game so far. Yeah, anyway, I suppose that's about it for this track. I'm gonna go ahead and skip over to the next one in just a second. Now. And once again, I can't really put any kind of specific identifier on this one right off the bat, even though it makes me think of a couple different specific things, which I'm positive this is not, ironically enough. But yeah, that weird thing. Like fake glissando chord. That kind of gave away the game for me, even though this, you know, Celeste Old Side B mix, even though Celeste is one of those, well, I say one of those, it might actually be the only game where it has applied to such a prevalent degree for me in any kind of recent history, but a game where I just gotten so much feedback on it without ever even having touched it. I don't really feel like I have to touch it anymore. Even though I think I got it on like Epic Store or something for free at some point. What happens if I look it up in my like composite library thing? Yeah, apparently they get it free on Epic Store at some point, but even so. Okay, yeah, this part, which is like more than a minute in, so I suppose it wouldn't be very helpful necessarily. I'm pretty sure that refrain is also held on, or heard, excuse me, on Resurrections, which is like the only track from this game that I actually remember with any kind of clarity. But yeah, this is indeed Celeste B-side, specifically Old Side Blah something. It cuts off, because of course it does, even though this is the official upload. It's apparently not any kind of assurance that it'll have very wieldy... Yes, I know, thank you. I just had to close another pop-up due to shut up because of a different window thanks to a certain add-on that I use, but anyway, let's actually look at the full name for this. Apparently, this is Ben Pronti, who I only know from one game that I played on stream, and not, I guess, FTL or something, which is what most people probably know him from. Which is something that I have also never played, but apparently the actual name is Old Site Black Moonrise Mix, so there you go. B-sides, I don't even know exactly how this would work, like I guess just regular sides versus B-sides within the actual game, but I'm sure there would be some kind of explanation that I'm not sure I would actually be able to retain if I heard it, in spite of how simple it may or may not be, so... Let me go ahead and pop over to the middle track here. Let's see what we get. Ooh. Okay, this I've heard. I get a feeling that this at least I've heard specifically, as opposed to it just being like a vague remembrance of something, or something that vaguely suggests something else, which, even though I haven't actually heard, it's not something that I actually have heard specifically. This one I believe that I have heard specifically, but I can't put a name to it straight away either. I don't think it's God's Duel or something. I think it might actually be about to turn into something a bit more complex after a few measures, unless I'm completely wrong. It could be something like Persona 5, I don't know, this could be like one of those completely fake out tracks from Persona 5, which would definitely explain why I'm not able to remember it very clearly. I feel like it might be something like that. I'm gonna say Persona 5 for the game for this, even though I'm not sure, but it has been a minute. I don't know, some kind of generic word like tension, confrontation, something like that. Let's see what it says. Okay, yeah, apparently it is Persona 5. And apparently it is Sweatshop. That is indeed correct. That is indeed what this looks like. I'll try to, be able to associate this to any kind of actual specific in-game context or anything. Unlike, ironically enough, one of the tracks that came up during the freaking 300 round that we had, which was Interrogation Room, because that's one of the few tracks that I actually remember hearing from watching one of my friends play the game. Oh dear, this has been the middle track. I feel like this one is at least less generic than a lot of the, samey sounding jazzy piano stuff that's in the soundtrack, but well, to some degree I feel like the song itself, just within itself, is fairly repetitive. This is, well, I can probably tell you the game right away, but, speaking of soundtracks, where there's a lot of stuff that I can't necessarily tell apart. They all just kind of suggest the same thing to me, but I'm sure this would be one of them. Oh, and apparently it's a very short loop, so I'm just gonna play it again. Well, I can look at the game. I'm been deliberately obscuring the track name from my eyes. Or from reading it clearly, I suppose. I haven't focused on it yet, because apparently my eyes can only focus on one specific part of the what's in front of me at a time, which makes sense. It's typically how eyes work. And well, that was the second full play, almost. It's like, I don't know, 3 seconds of silence after it fades out completely, but yeah, that was indeed Chrimbus Dream Course before you start. I just let it move on to the next track here, which is actually a track that's, I want to say, one of the oddly fairly obscure tracks from this soundtrack. I know exactly what it is, so I'm just gonna go look back over here to make sure where we are. I think this would be the final track, actually, yeah, fittingly enough in the 5-track lineup, so that works. But yeah, it's one of the more oddly obscure tracks from this pretty well-known soundtrack, which I know quite well because I use it in a couple of guessing games, partially for that reason. Even if I barely remember the track myself from, having played the game, because I think it only plays on one very specific part of it. But maybe I'll be able to refresh my memory on that. It's one of those things that I have. It is one of those things that I have slated to probably play sometime next year, so that might help. Oh, and it also just plays that at the end. That kind of gives it away, but I don't know if that particular cut of it would be in the chase. But anyway, that was Donkey Kong Country 2 Bad Bear Drag. And here is, I guess, to cap this off, the other track from Empire Earth. The one that I actually wouldn't be able to recognize quite so easily. This one is called Battle. And it is not Shadows, aka the Empire Earth track that I would actually be able to recognize. this does seem like the, just based on the presentation, the kind of game that would have been released in like late 90s, early 2000s. It reminds me the way that they present this kind of epic chanting melody, I don't know, composition. Reminds me vaguely of the, like one of the motif type tracks from Final Fantasy XIII too. It also has chanting. I don't know, kind of I guess the strings also have a little bit of a, nowhere near as clear as other examples, but a tiny bit of a Holst Mars ripoff thing going on. It's very subtle though, compared to certain other very blatant examples. Well, there you go. I suppose that will have been the extra track from 10, probably good thing. Given that this is like, you know, I have a 50% chance typically of knowing Empire Earth when it shows up, and this is the 50% the side of the coin that I would lose the coin flip. But me losing coin flips every single time that anything like that comes up relative to Chase is no surprise at all. But yeah. That concludes the little guessing stuff thing that we do here. I will briefly bring back whatever's gonna play after Confrontation the Second, that being the Glimpse of the World, another track that's not really an example of it itself, but is from a soundtrack that has multiple far more noticeable Holst Mars rip-offs, like I'm pretty sure I also noticed yesterday, because one of them played at the end of my stream yesterday. So Under Siege, which is like one of the most blatant Mars rip-off examples in all of video games. The one that's a little more subtle about it is Hammer of Stones from the same soundtrack, because that one sounds a little bit more like the Mario 3 airship theme, which is itself a Mars ripoff, but is also one of the better known ones. But what I will do right now is get a couple of things ready on the side as I try to start playing the video game. In obviously system, a little tiny infrastructure of stuff just specifically for playing this video game that I had to prepare in a rush, because pretty much would have already had this in place since I played this for the first time when the... Well, I guess I can give a little bit of history to contextualize. This game came out in 1998, but remained very obscure for quite a long time because it was initially a Japan-only release, and it continued to be a Japan-only release. It was never officially translated, but a fan translation was in the works for a long time, made by a few different people. But it didn't really come to fruition until earlier this year. I don't remember exactly when, but I'm pretty sure it was this year, and that was when I resolved to, after learning about it through some peripheral voices, to look into it myself. Because it looked like exactly the kind of thing that would probably end up interesting me, and sure enough, it turned out to be precisely that. And it's pretty notable because, as you might have worked out from the description that I have given just to this stream, and maybe a little bit too, and just like what I mentioned that I was going to play this earlier. It is one of the first video games that was very clearly... Well, that has a presentation that very clearly shows that it was inspired by Twin Peaks, and also serves as an inspiration for a few other video games that are quite similar that came afterwards with comparable style of gameplay, such as Shenmue and Deadly Premonition, both of which I've also played, and both of which I've also enjoyed. Actually finished playing Shenmue 2 earlier today, after being on that game and playing a little bit of it at a time every day for like quite a while. Shenmue 2 is a very good game, probably also gonna want to play Shenmue 1 and 2 at some point on here. I've also begun to check out Shenmue 3, since I apparently also got that in my library through a Humble Bundle monthly at some point or another, and I don't know, I haven't seen a lot of it so far, but I want to be optimistic, but what I will try to do right now is run this video game, which I believe I should have been able to do in much the same way that I briefly tested before. And hopefully without too much issue, because turns out that setting up certain stuff related to PS1 stuff on a new box thingy from scratch can be a little bit of a hassle. I think I got it figured out to the point where I should just be able to replicate something that I technically did before now. So let me go ahead and do that. See what happens when I do this, and move this over here, and wait for a reaction. Maybe press this button, just to see if anything happens. Okay. Let me go ahead and fade this out and see if I can give it a little bit of a restart.
At 6:13 a.m. in a forest just
Maybe boost the volume on this a little bit, because it also seems a little quiet.
Rocky Mountains, a teenage girl was found unconscious and soaked in blood.
Let me see if I can actually pop this off just a moment and get this. Is it gonna hang on to the same thing, or is it going to require me to hook the software capture again? I think it's going to require me to hook the software capture again. That's unfortunate. Hold on. It's third time's a charm, maybe. Do that and do this and hope that it decides to have a visible result before anything actually shows up. Pretty much all that I want to show. Okay. No. I guess never mind. I guess at this point I will be satisfied if this is able to continue showing up. It is now no longer showing up as it did before.
At 6:13 a.m. in a forest just outside Mizzurna Falls, a small town at the base of the Rocky Mountains, a teenage girl was found unconscious and soaked in blood.
Oh, apparently it's not showing up anymore. Hold on. Let me try a couple of different things actually. Let me restart this entirely. Maybe that'll help. Let me take advantage of the fact that I have restarted this entirely to take a quick peek at the settings here and see if I can boost the volume a little bit this way. Let's capture this again, or make it run this way again. We'll press this button and I will wait patiently. Don't seem to be able to get a reaction from that anymore, so let me try this. Yeah. I guess we'll just use window capture instead.
At 6:13 a.m. in a forest just outside Mizzurna Falls, a small town at the base of the Rocky Mountains, a teenage girl was found unconscious and soaked in blood.
Yes, right now I just want to find out if...
Flannery, 16, had wounds all over her body that appeared to have been inflicted by animal claws.
to find out if this introductory part will work alright.
Only an hour later, at 7 a.m., Emma Rowland, 18, a classmate of Kathy's, was discovered missing by her mother, who alerted the authorities.
Well, discovered missing doesn't seem like the kind of thing that you could find out in like just a moment, but...
suspect the two events are connected. With a population of less than 2,000 people, the close-knit community of Mizzurna Falls is all too familiar with the two young lives that now hang in the balance.
And I do believe that's the end of the narration, but I think something actually pretty interesting about that particular narration is that I believe that that specific voiceover was redone for the fine translation of this. Because I do vaguely recall looking up the intro as it looked in the original release of this game, and it's pretty distinct. I don't think there's really too much of any kind of voice work present in this game. I'd like for the translation team to have replays. That would be one, maybe a little bit more once we look at the actual intro to the game. Just a moment. There isn't just that track mode thing, I suppose, that plays just immediately when the game starts up. I might actually just idle here for a moment, because I think we might actually get a different cinematic, if I'm not completely wrong. There's a possibility of getting a different one that plays the trailer music, which maybe plays then, or maybe it only plays after you start the game, I don't quite remember. But because I will idle here for a moment just to try and find out if that's the case, but yeah. There is one other instance of, I guess, a voice trying to speak English. Not really speak English, let's say a voice trying to sing English in the game, and that particular example is quite clear that was not redubbed. That is very much the original, but I guess I'll give it a little bit of time here. Don't know how long I will be sat looking at this title theme, but I do want to try to find out if it will do anything different, or if it will only be that. I'll give it another 20 seconds, I think, during which I will wander the universe for just a little bit longer. I don't think it will take me nearly as long as I might have suspected to actually do that. It's actually been 20 seconds already, but what if I wait for another 10, just to make sure. That I don't really feel with much of anything, but which have already passed. So not like it makes any kind of a large difference, but yeah, here we go. I guess in light of that, I will actually go ahead and, well, shoot, actually hold on, I need to change the size of this window a little bit. Maybe that would help. Yeah, there we go. Actually start the game and see what we are faced with here. I think, like I said, there will be one more voiceover that we can find right here during the introductory parts. Introductory cutscene, I guess, in case you missed it. Unless I'm completely wrong. I might be completely wrong, actually. Yeah, I think I'm wrong. I think the introductory part that we saw before this is like the only voiceover that we get. And this is just gonna be like the opening credits kind of thing. Right, it shows the music and it shows the credits and it shows images, but not really much more on top of that. But yeah, I guess something else that I might as well mention, because it was missed, because I didn't want to capture this thing right at the beginning, right when it actually started up. And it would have actually shown that on the screen, is that this was one of the last games made by Human Entertainment, which is a company that is, at least to me, probably would be best known for creating the Clock Tower games, the original Clock Tower games, which are also pioneers of the survival horror genre. Beyond that, I'm not sure if I would necessarily know them for very many different things. They also had involvement in, I think, the very beginning of Suda51's Kill the Past series, with a couple of other games that were never translated and still haven't been translated in any capacity, by the way. And, well, that's something else that I guess can be brought up at any point. I don't think it makes much of a difference for this game, because yeah, Suda51, who went on to make that series and a few other notable things, was involved with Human Entertainment, but I don't think he was involved with this particular game. But somebody who was involved was a certain musician, not as a composer, but as a performer for at least one track, that would later do music for a lot of different games, such as the Danganronpa series, or the No More Heroes series, or, I don't know, Godhand, I think that was also him. But in this game he was involved not as a composer, but as a performer, like I said. But anyway, here's our protagonist, Matthew. And hey, Redbur. Redbur with the emotes that Pontificator is, as usual, apparently able to, or unable to, process properly. But hey, what's going on? See, you've got the Greenberry going on. And then should probably actually try to make something concrete with the emote slots that I have left sometime soon. I thought of maybe making that part of something like anything that I try to do with this stream on Saturday, my birthday, if I actually manage to do anything. Just try and figure out at least a handful of emotes that I can try to implement, and try to actually get them done maybe on the stream, but I don't know. Matthew's getting a ring from Winona, so it would seem. Of course it's me. Are you calling this early? He's got a phone call from Mrs. Rowland. Something's happened to Emma. Well, as we saw in pretty much just the splash attract mode opening that only played once. There are 2 girls missing, I believe. 2 different... No, I think one girl was found like severely wounded, and then the other girl was found missing shortly afterwards. Emma's mom called me asking if I knew where she was, yeah. He hasn't seen Emma since last night. Last night, incidentally, being Christmas Eve in universe. As you can see, this is a very fitting seasonal game. Let's meet up and talk this through. Emma's been acting strange lately. It's probably nothing. She's not gonna show up dead, wrapped in plastic or anything. But apparently her mom was freaking out. On my way over now. So it seems. Let's pick up this picture of the 3 of us together. The 3 of us not being like all the, like I guess the 2 people that we're talking right now, but not also the 2 girls that were involved in the incident before. This is Emma, Winona, and Matthew, apparently at a barbecue the same summer as the year this game takes place. Emma was a normal kind of girl. Winona wouldn't be this worried about her, but apparently she's a loner and impossible to read. Never tell what's going on in her head. Last night when I tried to talk to her, she was a million miles away, so apparently they were talking the previous night, but she disappeared after that. There was just something about her that made her look beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. More beautiful than ever. Maybe something really has happened. I wonder what that could be. Okay, so here's the thing. This is like an introductory prologue section, and most of this game has like an actual in-game clock that you need to be worried about, but just for this prologue section, that doesn't exist. But it will become a factor very, very soon. To be or not to be. Come it open at that page. And you can actually skip like the entire prologue if you press start, I think, during this part specifically, when you're in this room at the very start, but I think that function is removed pretty much right after you leave. There's a notebook inside. I have to go and meet up with Winona now, though it's not like I'm gonna need this. I mean, you say that now, but that's actually gonna be pretty much proven wrong real soon, but well, here we are. We got tank controls, by the way, in case that wasn't immediately apparent. We got the toilet. Which I suppose we can use just as well as anyone else. You got the shower, which you can also use pretty much just for flavor. Pretty sure these things don't have any kind of actual effects. And I believe, well, the tank controls work as most tank controls do. You can just move forward and backward, and sides are used to turn, but I think you can also use L1 or R1 to rotate in 45-degree angles. So it's a little bit different from, say, Shenmue, where if you press back, it doesn't make you walk backwards, it makes you do a 180-degree turn. But yeah, let's get a move on. We can also go back to bed, but I don't think that'll actually be an option right now. And sleep now. Maybe I should take a shower before Winona comes over, but I guess I am way ahead of myself. I guess since time is not of the essence in this particular part of the timeline. And hey, we got a doggy. We can pet the dog in Mizzurna Falls, as you can see. And it will be a very religious ritual. And as you can see, we live in a shed beside the shop in this, well, we can't really see the rest of the area here, but in this very sleepy town. And here's our Uncle Mouse. Pretty sure that all of these characters are gonna get like actual introductory screens as the plot advances and they're actually introduced properly, but right now it just says get your button here. So not very clear what Matthew's situation is, but I guess his parents are dead or just out there. And so he lives with this dude who takes care of him. And here's the sheriff. Text box went by a little quickly. Morgan Stein, who is 32 years old. Possessed of a strong sense of justice, he is renowned for being reliable and fair-minded. The safety of the townsfolk is his top priority. To talk about Emma. Something happened to Emma. Well, it come from Emma's mom asking us to look for her. And Matthew apparently did talk to her the previous night, but yeah, she seemed off somehow. It's hard to put it into words, she was just, I don't know how to explain it. Not very descriptive. And here's Captain Noss. Matthew's legal guardian, he's like an uncle to the boy, but I guess they're not actually related. That part of the relationship is not really clarified a lot. But he runs the town's general store and lets Matthew live in a small house behind the shop. Probably just at a friend's place, so he believes, but this is about more than Emma. Do you know Kathy Flannery? Father Barton's girl, yeah. I'm pretty sure that she is the other girl who was featured in the intro there. The Jesus freak. Barton's turned her into his personal acolyte. We're not in the same year, so we don't really talk. Well, by around 6 o'clock this morning, she was found in Burroughs Forest, barely alive. Cohen found her breathing, but just clinging to life. If he found her even a few minutes later, she'd probably be dead. But what happened? Looks like a bear attacked her. It's the fail to hibernate. They get real violent when that happens. How was she in the forest, though? And what has this got to do with Emma? Timing is real suspicious. First Kathy turns up hurt, and now Emma's been missing. Since last night, the two could be connected. Plus, the strange thing about Kathy is, well, I guess he was about to say something different, but Moss is just like, yeah, I'm gonna catch that bear. But I suppose we're being offered a ride to the station now to learn more about this. We know when I get here, can you tell her I've gone with the sheriff? Boy oh boy, this is shaping up to be a real mess, so we can't really wait around for we know now it seems. We're gonna have to go after the sheriff. Hey uncle, can I talk to you some more? Bears on the loose, a killer on the prowl, there are rough days ahead. I mean, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference what you do during this prologue section, as you might imagine. It's all skippable, optional, but it's part of the story. And here we are. We might actually get an introduction to what's going to be our main means of getting around here. But here we are in the Mizzurna Falls town square. Or just downtown area. It's not really a town square, I guess. That would imply that you could actually walk around in it. Change of plans. Kathy's regained consciousness, so we're going over to Gruber Hospital instead. But yeah, speaking of human entertainment and clock tower, eagle-eyed among you might have caught the couple of names that would be pretty relevant to clock tower. Just, I'm pretty sure just as Easter eggs, there's no like, not necessarily any deeper meaning to them. At least not superficially. That being the names Barton and Barrows would be from the Clock Tower series. But here we are at Gruber Hospital. Apparently with somebody else already having gone on ahead of us. Gruber or Groover with a V, as the sign says. Speaking of stuff that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, I don't think anyone's really too sure of what's written on the back of Matthew's jacket. Just give a mystery. To ask a sensitive question, when she called this morning, Emma's mom wasn't just upset, she was absolutely hysterical. She couldn't have known about Kathy yet, that's what I need to know basis only. But do you know why she would immediately assume the worst? I think I see what you're getting at. Emma's the kind of girl where nobody ever knows what she's thinking. Sometimes her head would get stuck in a cloud for days at a time. Talking about the same Emma, I never got that impression from her. She's good at hiding how she really feels. Emma's like a vase, you know, beautiful but easy to break. Alright. This is an analogy that's often used for humans. If you're asking if she could have killed herself, well, I just don't know. But I'm guessing that's what Miss Roland is worried about. Could be that Emma's been depressed for a while. Not so sure. Nona was her best friend, and I guess so we couldn't be close in the same way. Or maybe you just were and didn't know it, who knows. Need to speak with the chief of medicine. Let's have a chat with Barbara over here. I'm waiting for you. Did you bring my cigarettes? Apparently, Morgan. You bring your damn cigarettes, Barbara. She's 66, so just a little bit older than her uncle is. The town eccentric with a penchant for cigarettes. The only thing she loves more than smoking is being cryptic. As we'll come to find out, I suppose. Life here is dull enough as it is, you know. Which is gonna be a pretty ironic statement in just a moment. What about that young man there? Does he have any? Oh, I'm underage, ma'am. And so cigarettes just kinda suck. That's such juicy gossip to share, too. You're not from around here, are you? Actually, he is, and we were just leaving. Come on, Matthew. Let's go see Kathy. He's gonna be just upstairs. What a tragedy. What? Up we go to room 201. Barbara still wants cigarettes, which is gonna be, yeah, fairly relevant. What's that lady in the hospital for, anyway, though? To hear her tell it, oh, my poor feet ache so much I can't bear to stand. But what do you mean to hear her tell it? Oh, she's faking it. I guess that's where we're gonna leave off that particular third conversation. We should head upstairs now, but we can try to talk to her again, maybe. Don't forget to bring cigarettes when you visit. Wink. Let's actually head upstairs here, I'm pretty sure. Here you can walk a little bit faster by holding X. And you go forward. $10, a couple of ways to get upstairs, as you might imagine. You can actually go up the stairs. I think you can also just use the elevator with no penalty. At any time. Not that you would necessarily expect there to be a penalty. But maybe that means that we're gonna beat Morgan to the upstairs room. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just too fast for us. Well. Now that I think about it, I can't let you inside. It's police business after all. Could you wait here? I suppose we must. I suppose there's not much I can really be done about it when you put it that way. Apparently we can hear what they're saying from this side of the door. As you can see, she's regaining consciousness. Samuel. Wounds aren't too serious, but I'm worried about the risk of her shock. It's like she's not really here. Keeps staring vacantly at the same spot. Heart is beating, but her mind isn't working. Could be trauma, could be brain damage. Hello? Hold on. You seem to have lost control all of a sudden. I might need to do a quick resuscitation of my controller. What if I do? Let's try this. And this might ironically be a better idea for this game. Let's see. Could be trauma. There we go. Could be brain damage. It's too soon to tell. Can she hear us? Probably not. It's hard to call this living. That's a good way to put it. She is alive though, isn't she? She is in the literal sense of the word, but to spend the rest of her days like this, I mean... How pitiful. You ever read the novel Parasite Eve? It came out 3 years before this game. There must be somebody else in there who doesn't have a character portrait. And here's Father Barton, 56, pastor of the local church. Many of the townspeople trust him completely. He adopted Kathy and raised her as his own daughter. He's her only family. I guess she's in a similar situation, I suppose, Matthew is with the other guy. Maybe a little bit different in practice, though. Sounds like she's catatonic. Doesn't sound too great. It permit me to pray with Kathy. Yeah, apparently these hospital doors are so great that you can just hear everything through them. And here's James. He's apparently gonna say nothing right now. Oh, there he goes. So she has regained consciousness, but she's unresponsive. You can pray, but she can't hear you. Just thought I would let you know. But all of a sudden, her vitals are failing. Don't know if this sedative will make a difference. What the hell? It was completely unexpected. I wonder if that has any kind of significance. Hey Matthew, guess what? She's dead. Don't know what happened though. I'm going back to the department, but well, at least there were plenty of witnesses to certify that that is in fact what happened. What the hell is happening today? I suppose that must have just been somebody else who was in that room. Or not. It's not very clear when there's no character portrait if that's... oh, there's James on the other side of that door. This bizarre body that... I don't know if you're supposed to actually be able to see that, but... oh, let's hold on. For some reason... well, I say for some reason, I know exactly why I did that. I pressed R2 thinking that it would actually help me run, but that's not what happens in this game. That's in Shenmue that you press R2 to run. But in this game it actually just makes you rotate, so... not terribly helpful in that situation. But away we go. Hold on a moment though. Maybe we're gonna get to find out what is up with James over here. Hospital psychiatrist, who I guess we don't know before this moment. Oh hey Robin, hope you're playing with the guy with the white ripcord ending. Yeah, don't need to worry about that. I actually played through the game before and pretty much made like my own, like what's the word I'm looking for? Summarized version of the guide that I will be referencing, and which will become very, very clear how I'm doing that when we actually, you know, get to the part where the clock starts. But yeah, welcome in. Nice of you to drop in. You're a shrink that's into Native American stuff, right? Apparently Matthew has heard of this guy somehow. James Lolama, 35, psychiatrist at Gruber Hospital and expert on Western philosophy and logic, as these things usually go together. His current hobby is conducting research into the indigenous tribe of this region, the Amahi, or however you are meant to do that, if that's meant to have any kind of actual basis on stuff. It's just a hobby of mine, though, which you may have just learned about with this aside. I hope you won't go through a glitch fest tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the way that, like the main walkthrough for this game that exists presents things is specifically designed to avoid that kind of thing, and also I can always use save states and what have you, and I feel like the only actual error that I found with this so far is just based on trying to run this without a BIOS, which is not really the case anymore, so I don't think I'll have to worry too much about that if I'm lucky. Heard all about you from Emma, who's a patient of his. I know she was going to counseling. What would be the point? Take it you're familiar with doctor-patient confidentiality. Not saying anything I shouldn't, suffice it to say I'm concerned about it. You two were close, correct? Do you mind if I ask you a personal question? Alright. Do you believe in the supernatural? Well, funny you should say that. Humor me. Ghost, psychic abilities, that kind of thing. Because I guess these can all be lumped together into the same category. Yes, I don't. I've never come across anything like that in my life so far, anyway. Oh, goodness. I've very often been driving and ending up in the eternal void and was forced to load states or even reset a lot of times. I don't think that actually happened to me when I was doing my first run of this game, which seems kind of ironic since I wasn't even doing it on like a dedicated emulator with more what's the word I'm looking for now? More fail safes, I guess, so to speak. It was actually on RetroArch of all things, but I actually managed to finish the game without any kind of major disasters on RetroArch. James, the most reliable fictional character in the history of fiction, indeed. DocStation, well, I was using RetroArch then, but I'm using PSX Reloaded, I think, now. I actually have no idea how I managed to get it running on RetroArch several months ago, before I lost my data. Because I don't think I had to do any kind of specific setup for BIOS stuff, unless I did and I just forgot. That's probably it, actually. Well. How unscientific of a doctor to believe these things, though. Science cannot explain everything in our world, though. There's no contradiction in being open to alternatives. So what does this have to do with anything? After what happened to Kathy, I fear Emma is in grave danger, and that I'm at fault. I should have sensed something myself. That's my damn job, so... I'm willing to risk my medical license to find her safely, and if you two were as close as she said, you might be able to spot something I couldn't. Guess we're forming a team here, implicitly. Information that would normally be protected by doctor-patient confidentiality. I'll totally give this to you, hoping you can find something I overlooked. I have a strong suspicion that Emma's disappearance is linked to the supernatural, based on the issues she described, and my own intuition. To begin with, she often spoke of a recurring dream she had. She was also having some philosophical doubts. Like, am I truly alive, you know? Common type of stuff. But she was fixated on this. That thinks she was questioning the meaning of life, perhaps doubting her own existence. It's not that unusual. One's have been questioning the meaning of life since antiquity. That was one of her more significant issues, at any rate. About the recurring dream she was having. Oh, I wonder. I used to use PSX emulator on my first time and didn't have the minimap, so it was horrible to play, and I literally couldn't interact with the phone at the end of the first day. Oh boy. Yeah, I can imagine that would be pretty frustrating, I guess. Looking back upon it, the fact that I got it to work with the RetroArch of all things means that I got pretty lucky in not having like any major issues with my first run of this, but well, hopefully it stays that way. I think I played like all the way through to the end of the first day on this this emulator before to test this, so I don't think I have too much cause for concern at the moment. Boy, I wish they made a TV show of this game. That'd be the best thing ever. Yeah, right. Maybe if they zoomed in that that drinks machine in the back, maybe they could find some coffee that they could cheerfully advertise on TV in relation to the show that they would make off of this. Blue light, distorted space, divine hymns, eternal sleep, welcoming her from within. You know, also stuff that's very much not unusual. And you got paid to listen to this. Well, apparently Matthew thinks so. Everyone has dreams like that. Then her body dissolves. Dissolved and was devoured by animals. Also, you know, all of this extremely common. No reason to question any of this. She enters a world where she can see nothing, hear nothing, and then she awakens with a strong dissociative feeling. Like she wasn't really herself. Well, that's the different part. Clearly, everything else is perfectly normal. I was living in fear of something, but I have no idea what. And she mentioned having problems she couldn't discuss with anyone. I'm hoping that as her friend, those dreams and feelings will have more significance to you. I have a patient waiting in exam room too. Oops. And why that club will be starting around 8 PM? Hope I haven't overburdened you with all this. Oh, also bork bork. Might be some stuff happening outside. For trusting me with this. Well, there you go. More information acquired with no issue whatsoever. There was some pretty crazy dialogue sometimes, and even some fucked up stuff. It was really ambitious. Yeah, pretty much. It's at the... I was actually looking at certain plot points from Deadly Premonition, which I also actually played through to the end for the first time this year, and it's kind of like the same deal as with Portopia's serial murder case and the first Famicom Detective Club game, where you look at them side by side, you can see that the one that came before definitely inspired the one that came after a lot more closely than might be evident at first glance. And that's what I think anyway. That's what I think because I literally wrote a list of things that pretty much back up that particular assertion. After all this time, I think. Yeah, here we go. Mona has caught up to us. Winona Ringwald, 18, which is presumably the same age we are. Matthew's classmate and Emma's best friend. Emma had precious few friends and Winona had a unique talent for getting her to open up. Which I guess Matthew didn't have. I went to the sheriff's department and I heard you were here. So I guess Morgan, or... was it Morgan? Oh no, I think he told his uncle that, hey, we're going to the sheriff's department, but after that happened, then the sheriff was like, nope, we're going to the hospital instead. Told me about Kathy. It's not all bad news. Morgan's opened an official missing persons investigation, so we're totally gonna find Emma. Totally won't be a completely more contrived thing than you might expect. Do you think Emma and Kathy were together last night? Don't know. They were here, or if they were, then Emma's probably, well, who knows. And you would think that Emma would have been found along with her, but since that didn't happen. I'm sure Emma's fine. The fact that they didn't find her is clearly a good sign. Oh goodness, hold on. Okay, apparently when I actually have this wired up, the controller will just ghost itself every so often. But we're off to the sheriff's department to see Morgan again, even though we could have just gone with him. You were like 5 seconds faster. I think I'll go to Emma's house and word about Mrs. Rowland. I need to believe we'll meet her again later. I came here in my car, which apparently was just lent to her by Nos, I guess. It's not far and a walk will do me good. I think that's sanely true, yeah, from what I remember from the map off the top. What time I play DP, I literally said to myself, now watch DP before, and it's been 3 years since I did, so... even played Mizzurna without really knowing about its existence just last year. It's probably about time. Yep, I mean, probably. I mean, I feel like I said the same thing to myself at some point. I don't remember how long ago it was since I actually watched Twin Peaks, like, for real, but... I don't know, I want to say something like 2016, 17 at the latest. Probably a couple years before that. And I tried to play Deadly Premonition at least in one occasion before recently, but I pretty much only played the beginning of that because the PC port is like very notorious. But I did manage to get it working somewhat acceptably, at least acceptably enough that I was able to finish it recently. But it wasn't until after I played this game for the first time that I actually finished that one. Oh, don't. What did she mean? What's the connection between Emma and Kathy, though? I'm gonna get a detailed breakdown of exactly what happened in that hospital room. Something's happened to Emma, no doubt about it. We don't even know if she's still alive. This concludes the prologue. When starting a new game, you may press the start button while in control of Matthew to skip to this moment. I think that only actually works when you're in the first room though, but there you go. Save the game, you must return to Matthew's room and sleep. Saving can consume 1 hour or 5 hours, depending on what you choose. Matthew's room also has a notebook stored in the drawer in the corner that will automatically keep track of clues and other information, which you will have to pick up even though he literally refused to do that if you try to do that in the prologue. And yeah, thank you to Resident TV for doing the original localization script, and Zero-san and Nikita600 for actually implementing that into the finished product. Resident Evil also wrote the walkthrough that is like the best reference for trying to actually finish this game. But here we are in the police station where the clock has actually begun, and I'm pretty sure especially on the first day of this, and probably continuing throughout, the time limit is really strict, so let me just go ahead and get my handy dandy reference here. There's literally no good way to play DP on it on both PS3 and PC, and honestly both sound like bad ideas. I don't know. I've heard some bizarre stories of like old versions being like a bit of a pain, but there were like a few specific quirks, I guess, that I was able to figure out through a lot of research and trying things about the PC version, where I think you can get it to a theoretical optimal state where it probably won't crash too much. But what are we doing first? We're in the sheriff's department. The very first thing we want to do is head over here. Like literally no time to waste though. And in this room we can find this thing on the floor. Map of the town lying on the floor, just like that. Thought I picked them all up. Apparently a tourist map to get ready for tourist season, which I suppose happens in the winter. Apparently happens deep into the winter, since it's, as you can see on the top left there, it's Christmas. And I think we just talked to her next. The sheriff called you in, so it would seem. Mary Lou Lang, 26, receptionist and avid gardener. She haphazardly decorates the station with plants, much to Morgan's chagrin. Nona was here a little earlier. She's all worried about Emma. And Morgan's hanging out here. After you go through that door, the sheriff's in the room on the right. That actually makes sense, yeah. And be sure to knock before you enter, not that it's actually possible to enter without knocking. But you better be very observant of these norms. Let's actually get in there. Major early April 2021, wife's looking at you playing the game. Holy crap, this feels like so long ago. Maybe. I feel like my life for this past year has been blurry enough that it doesn't feel like that long ago for me, but you can probably see that. And how about you, Matthew? Yada yada yada. I just kind of said that very quickly. Still can't believe Kathy has put enough of that. I'm opening an official missing person '(S) report about Emma. Oh, there you go. I mean, I'm not going to give him too much of a hard time, because it's a great thing that this project exists at all, but you know. I'd like to ask you about last night again. You saw Emma at the lakeside around 7 in the evening, right? Tried to talk to her, but she was being distant. I guess we're kind of repeating ourselves in case we just didn't go through the prologue before. She said she wanted to be alone, so I left pretty quickly. Haven't seen her since. You said earlier that there was something strange about what happened to her. Did it have anything to do with Emma? Well, this is a job for the police. Don't try to do anything funny. But you've got to let me help in some way. Can't just sit around doing nothing. Be that as it may. Suppose I'm not gonna get to finish that sentence, cause here comes Hudson. Hudson Lang, who I guess must be related to the receptionist out there. Strong silent type, he serves as Morgan's right-hand man. He's also responsible for guarding the holding cells, not that he's doing that at this precise moment. Emma's mother was in shock, unable to talk. So we've heard. But we found someone who says they saw Emma at around 10 PM last night. And yeah, go on, don't mind him. It's Aston. Someone we surely won't be hearing from at any point in the future, just like a certain character in... That's like the character archetype that Mel embodies in this game is like the same kind of archetype that you see with a different character in Deadly Premonition, I'll say that much. That punk, huh? So Emma out for a walk while he was out on his way to the bar. Yet he called out to her, but she didn't answer, so he just let her be. And he hasn't been home all night. Where's Mel now? I'm waiting in the interrogation room. At least he was nice enough to come in. Mindset and helping, you should ask Cohen about Kathy. He's the one who found her in the forest, you'll recall. This is probably my most favorite play in my streaming activities forever. It was just such a specific game to play, and it's the kind of game that a lot of people may not feel like playing themselves, and a lot of people used to be active, so it was a very fun experience. I just have to reason I love that game. Yeah. I don't know if I can... I'm gonna be able to necessarily say the same thing at the end of this, but it's definitely the kind of game that is very unique, and this feels like a very worthwhile experience, I want to say, especially to someone like myself who is very appreciative of stuff like precursors and antecedents to certain genres or works. And it's the kind of thing that's just kind of unique and, at least at this point, obscure enough that it's fun to be able to share that with other people. Let's see. Let me pause again because I'm pretty sure I need to be very precise with my walkthrough through at this point. Okay, to get out of here now. Go back to the reception front desk. I guess you would probably call it a reception more than a front desk at a police station. I don't know. Or you can check, well, hold on, don't like janky inputs here. You can check the bulletin board. Would it be news or town talk? Let's check the news first. There's a clipping from today's issue of the Denver Tribune, a statewide newspaper. 2 tragedies shatter a peaceful Christmas, December 25th, as we saw in the intro movie from the very start. At 6:14 AM in a forest just outside Mizzurna Falls, a small town at the base of the Rocky Mountains. A teenage girl was found unconscious and soaked in blood. I think this is actually the exact same text that was put there. The girl, Kathy Flannery, 16, had wounds all over her body that appeared to have been inflicted by animal claws. Police believe she was attacked by a bear. That's like more or less the voice I was used for that. Only an hour later at 7 AM, Emma Rowland, 18, a classmate of Kathy's, was discovered missing by her mother, who alerted the authorities. Yeah, I think discovered missing. It's like a bit of an odd phrase. It also stood out to me there. Local police suspect the two events are connected. With a population of less than 2,000 people, the close-knit community of Mizzurna Falls is all too familiar with the 2 young lives that now hang in the balance. Well, that was exciting. Let's read the other one. Gotta go, I'm gonna be dead for tomorrow morning's radio. See ya, have fun. Alright, Robin, thanks for stopping by. And have fun with the radio and with the part of being dead that precedes a different part of being dead. Tragedy has struck our town this morning. After being found on the verge of life in the forest, Father Barton's daughter, Kathy, and unfortunately passed away. Compounding matters, my own daughter Emma is missing. Coordinating with the police, I am organizing a search party to sweep the forest. City councilors, police gather at the church at 1 PM today, says Mayor Steve Rowland. So there you go, there's a meeting at the church at 1 PM. That we should be aware of, and we can also look at the yellow pages. Uncle Dal says America's not notebook, phone book is renowned as the world's best. Even though I'm pretty sure that there's a few other places that have their own versions of the yellow pages that aren't the United States, but should be able to find any address in here, hopefully. Such as my house. Cohen's house in Deer Street in the west part of town near the forest's entrance. And apparently that's about it. So let's get the fuck out of here and try and see how quickly we can get used to using our main mode of transportation in this game. And not get caught in the geometry, though that may happen somewhat often, but yeah, here we go. We get this little Volkswagen bug and drive that around. We can also check the map that we have to see where we're going. We are now here at the Sheriff's Department, and the first place we should head for is Cohen's Lodge, which is over here. And our own place is here in the town square next to the general store. Well, the general store is what's marked on the map, but given that our shed is right next to it, it's not much of a difference. Much of a big stretch, but here we go. See if I can reference this geography in my head enough that it's not a big problem. Let's see if I can avoid have my car careen out of control. I don't think you can actually wreck your car or have anything related to that, like your car is pretty much indestructible in this, but I think that maybe, just maybe, if you crash into things, your car might actually lose fuel a little bit faster, because you might have noticed that that's something you need to keep track of in this game. You can get gas, and you use up gas by running around. And if you run out of gas, that's probably not a good time. But here we are at Cohen's Lodge. And here is Cohen himself. Cohen Strasbourg. It's a little bit strange, I would say, that Cohen is his first name, but he was the first person to discover Cathy at the scene. He lives alone in a lodge near Barrows Forest. Morgan has entrusted him with overseeing said forest. Is he here to ask me about... No. He's asking if we're here to ask about what happened in the morning. Maybe he would know something about Emma, given that he apparently found Cathy in the forest. But no one has found Emma so far. Here's the Strasbourg residence. It is very beautiful, as you can tell. It actually, unironically, looks like it would be a really cool place to live. Look at it inside. Nothing to drink? No, I'm fine. Also, I'm underaged. I guess I would probably not offer him booze, though. What we're talking about this morning, let me tell you about how the forest was last night. I went out there like I do every night, but this time things felt strange. There was no wind at all, and it was dead silent. No animals, nothing. I was creeped out. At around midnight, a strong wind picked up out of nowhere, and a great host of clouds started to blot out all the moonlight. That's clearly not normal, I suppose. We're gonna be questioning which of these things are normal, considering what Matthew considers normal so far. I lived here for a while, and not once has the forest been anything like that. Later, early in the morning, I woke up with this terrible feeling, like a dangerous premonition. I swallowed my fear and hurried to the forest as fast as I could. And you found Cathy collapsed. Was Emma with her? I found Cathy in front of a big tree. It looked like someone had set a fire around it. A fire around a tree where a girl was found in a lamentable state. Cathy wasn't alone. Hardly not, but I mean, unless she set the fire herself. Maybe she met someone in the forest and got attacked by the bear later. And if the two of them were together, why would they go to the forest? Why would they start a fire in the forest? Oh gee, this doesn't make sense. I suppose that was a little extra information. We have to figure out what would have killed Cathy, then we can worry about what she was doing in the forest. And Matthew, I think Emma's still alive. So at least we're holding on to that hope. We're hoping that it's not going to turn out to be like a... I mean, if you want to look at the specific Twin Peaks parallels, I guess Cathy would be like the Ronette Pulaski equivalent, where she shows up alive, but unfortunate stuff happens and she ends up dying shortly after. But at least like I suppose the girl that provides the main mystery in this particular instance. We don't know yet if she's alive or dead, we just don't know where she is at all. But next we should go up here to Emma's house. Let me just make a quick mental note of how we're supposed to get there. We can just follow the same road that we took here pretty much and just go in the other direction. I do have to really, oh for fuck's sake, avoid doing stuff like this, which is not really something that I try to do, but that was caused by a little bit of input lag. Which I don't think is necessarily used by the control methods that I'm using, but just by the amount of detail in this game being way too powerful for the PS1. It's too much beauty and too much power. But yeah, we should get to the house by 10:50, so you can already kind of see how bizarrely strict the time limit is. So I lost control for a second there. So the house, I'm pretty sure, is over here. It's one in the corner. Here. Let me just check what my notes say real quick. Out to the house. Okay, let's just get here. Hi Matty, what's up? Even though I'm pretty sure we're standing side by side at this point. Yep. A bit strange, but Emma's here too. Come on in. Let's talk to the people in here. Let's see what Emma's family has to say about this situation, as well as we know that who got here first, as she said she would. Here's Steve Rowland, 45. Emma's father and the town mayor. He's agonizing over how he could have tried harder to understand his daughter. And yeah, apparently Sarah, Emma's mother, has not been in a good way, as we've heard a couple of times. Why did this happen? Well, there she is. And yeah, the mother of the unfortunate girl is also called Sarah. That's a bit of another little analog to Twin Peaks there. Still in shock, she's been reduced to mopping around the house. Called Sarah, and also just not in a good way in general. Can't give up hope though, so we believe. And all just descend into despair. Wherever Emma is right now, she needs her help. Decided to help Morgan with the investigation. Would you permit me to look through Emma's room? Well, apparently it needs to be exactly how she left it. So says Sarah. So it seems like that's not really gonna be an option right now. Pretty sure you can also see Emma's picture in the back in that little dresser there with the phone. Pretty sure that's just yet another little nudge back to the whole Laura Palmer stereotype. I don't want anyone going into Emma's room until Sarah calms down. Now let's have another chat with Steve here. How was Emma last night? She got home around 8 PM, we talked a little. About how Christmas is sacred, there must be a powerful force at work for the day. Or so we believe. Either she was just getting into the holiday spirit. Well, that's yet another perfectly normal thing to say. So we assume. For that, she said she was tired and went to her room to go to bed. Mel saw Emma out for a walk at around 10 PM. Really, she must have snuck out. Can't believe she lied to you. Thank you for caring. Yeah, Matthew. Thank you for not demonizing the... I can also just look at the photo. Taken at the full moon dance earlier this month. Isn't that nice? Look at that texture, that's all. For the times that you can actually see it, where it's considerably... Come on. I'm gonna talk to the mom first. Considerably clearer than the rest of the textures back there. Hang in there, Miss Rowland. Can we talk about anything different, or... Well, I wonder what Kathy's funeral will be held. Well, apparently they actually managed to organize this pretty quickly, so we'll learn due time. I suppose that's about all she has to say then. So, what about Winona, who we knew we would be meeting here, I guess? What's wrong? Do you like Emma? Oh boy, sure I like her. I like her and all of you guys. Wink. What's all this about? My dad set a curfew for me after what's happened. I know how he feels, but I'm 18 now. I'm not a kid, Dad. I suppose by law in this part of the world that would be corroborated. If you're leaving, could you give me a ride home? Yes. You remember where I live, right? Sure. Totally. No question about it. Hold on. I need to do anything here after triggering that bit of dialogue. Remind myself. Okay. I guess we must automatically know where she lives now. From having gotten that bit of dialogue. So let's get out of here. And let's do precisely what we offered to do earlier at a different location and time. Which is to actually give her a ride home. So we're here now. Look at the map one more time. We can look at the gas station, yeah, Winona's house, which has the gas station symbol, so it's both a place where you can get more gas and where Winona lives. Let me see. Plan out like a quick optimized route for getting there in my head. After we cross the bridge, we go through the town center and turn right and keep going straight. Okay. It's not really the town center, but I guess it would be like the most densely, at least with buildings, populated part of the town. Most urban-esque part of the town, not actually urban though. But unfortunately, even though fuel is a factor, it doesn't really expend itself with any kind of a speed. You can also crash into other cars, and I don't think it really does anything, as you can see right there. Wasn't really meaning to actually demonstrate it there, but it was quite convenient that it happened, right as I said that. Didn't quite catch what that sign said, but I think that's the road that can lead up the mountain to a place we'll have to go in just a moment here, but not going there quite yet. But hey, we made it to the gas station. Okay. I'm just thinking, Yesterday I went to the school library with Emma. Emma was reading this dense, thick book. Goodness. It had something to do with philosophy. Remember, she had to get it down from the top of the bookshelves. And this stands out to you because... Are you telling me that this isn't normal? I feel like that's gonna be like an actual gag that I never really noticed when I was doing like my first playthrough of this game, but... I guess Matthew's just gonna be like, what do you mean this bizarre thing isn't normal? It shouldn't, it was uneventful. Well, I guess she agrees in this case. This sounds weird, but I feel like Emma's somehow guiding us. He apparently left a cookie cutter or cookie crumb trail. Cookie cutter doesn't really work in that context. I just mixed that up. And messed that up. Both valid things to say. I remember this for a reason. Like I remember this for a reason. We're all dealing with this differently. Well, something's happening at least. We're all dealing with this somehow. And here's Robert. He's just the dad, I guess, and I don't think he's, I guess he must be the owner of the gas station, but I don't think he's the one who actually gives you gas if you stop there. And there we are. So let's see if I can move here. Get back in the car. Get away from the MFFS station. And let's go right back over here, because I think we're gonna go back into town real quick, so we can grab the notebook from Matthew's shed. We can go past the steakhouse and stop right here, because this is the place. To fulfill our obligation. Well, if we can actually... Jesus Christ, I don't know what the fuck happened there, but... Our obligation of actually getting into this place and petting the doggo as we go. Hold on a moment. Let's go pause again. Oh, I didn't actually mean to use my cell phone. Damn it. You can just put whatever, but I don't think it'll matter. I think this number might actually be a number, but I don't think we're supposed to have it yet. The auto garage. Or times triangle. I don't need help. But, oh, the doggy is very nice, but we don't need to be blocked by the doggy right now. Let's get back into our shed. check this, which we were able to check before, but we refused to take the notebook before, even though it's important. Notebook serves two functions. Firstly, to record information about characters. Secondly, to record phone numbers. To use the notebook, open the item window with triangle and select the notebook. And there you go. Don't want to miss out on this information. All numbers will be automatically recorded after successfully connecting a call. Which might mean that we already have the auto garage thing, even though we weren't supposed to know about that right at the beginning. Let's check just to make sure. Sheriff's Department, okay, so we don't have it written down yet, but we have these numbers, and we can check like little character bios already. Emma Rowland, age 18, etc, etc. We have a bunch of them already, so I think I'm gonna read them out at this point. It might actually be a good idea to read more of, read through these closer to the end of the game, because I'm pretty sure that more of these get added as you keep going. But until we get there, it's probably just good enough to, actually see what the characters do and what they are like by themselves. So let me see. Let's get out of here, because just as pretty much every other moment of this day, we don't have any time to waste. There's a flyer in here, let's grab that flyer. And that actually gives us a number for the auto garage. Treat your car like family. Just call us toll free at that number that we found by accident, kind of. It's not really a number either, it's a sequence of characters. But it has the same functionality as a number, so might as well just go with that. Alright, so let's check the map again real quick. We need to head south from here, so just turn left here and turn left again to make it into the high school. That's what that area is. I pressed the wrong button to slow down the car, so... Oh, fuck. Well, let's put in the wrong phone number. Hopefully it's wrong anyway. And yeah, you got the wrong number. I can tell you this without hearing anything from you, but... At least that just makes it faster for us, but... I guess I'm gonna maybe select the phone by accident a few more times. I hope it doesn't happen a whole lot, but... Let's head into this building to the right, since at this point the main building of the high school is closed. The high school is closed, did I say that right? I feel like I'm at the point where if I like my voice isn't super primed right now, so I try to speak too quickly, I probably will stumble. Finding Matthew Williams in the library must be a Christmas miracle. Thanks, Miss Holden. Liz Holden. Matthew Emma, and we known as homeroom teacher. She treated Emma like a little sister and was one of the few people Emma could open up to, and her head is also kind of freaking out and disconnecting from her neck, but we're gonna ignore that right now. I heard about Kathy. I think Kathy and Emma were together last night. Also, did you teach Kathy at all? It's not very clear. I wonder if Emma and Kathy are connected at all. Well, what do you mean? So how stressed Emma had been lately, whatever was worrying her is probably why she disappeared. What was she worried about? I don't know. Just a feeling I got from her demeanor, her body language, that kind of thing. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Oh well. To get back to the main office, and so she does. I think we might be able to talk to her a little bit more. Is the main building closed? Yeah, the principal had it locked up after what happened. I guess it wasn't before. I'm not the kind of student who would come to school during break. Boy, got me there. Guess that was kind of a hidden compliment. And to cheer up, we know that that's pretty much all we know. Or all we get if we keep talking to her, but... let me see, what we need to do next, though, is... I think that's technically optional, but I think we have a little bit of time before the next actually important plot event here. At least enough time that we're able to do this. We can follow up on what Winona told us just a little while ago. We dropped her off. Go into the actual library section, talk to the receptionist, where are the books on philosophy. Second bookshelf from the right on the wall next to the door, the top shelf. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward, so... on the top shelf, so we need to pick this up, actually. Little footstool here. And go precisely to where she told us to go. At least I assume it's a she. I actually don't know. Put this thing down. Get up here and... oh shit. And get down again by accident because I pushed the wrong button. And here we go. Is this the book Winona mentioned? It's titled A Complete History of Western Philosophy. That's a pretty bold claim, I would say. There's a bookmark stuck between the pages. Nothing exists. Even if something did exist, it could not be understood. Even if it could be understood, that knowledge could not be communicated to others. Yeah, pretty normal. Last time we had a conversation like this, though, we did have that same drinks machine in the background. I wonder if that's a coincidence. I'll leave this bookmark here. I could ask James about it. Well, let's get out of here, because now that we've found that very informative book. And let's leave this place. And let's actually head straight for the next plot event, which is actually a little bit of a ways off time-wise, just a tiny bit, but it's also a bit of a ways off distance-wise, so better that we get a move on. Okay, get back in the bog. We can also talk to this guy, I guess. If we can. Can't go into the main school building. Library's open, though. Thank you. Even though we pretty much already were aware of that coming in here, so learned about that from somebody else. Okay, so let's check the map real quick. We have to go up to the church, which is on the bottom right part of the map. And I think the most straightforward way to get there will be to go all the way south. I guess, maybe not actually. No, not south, actually, the other way. Because here's the thing, right? There's a few roads that would, a couple of roads that would ostensibly lead there, but if you try to go to this road here, it's actually blocked off right now. And I think that blockade that's on there because of, like, I don't know, debris or something goes away eventually, but it's gonna be there for a couple of days at least. Which means you have to go all the way around the top part of the map to actually get up to the other side of that road, so let's take a left here, go back north, drive through the town center, and just stick to the edge of the map. Climb up the mountain, which is the place, the path that will lead to the church. That's a good start. It's also a good start. Not quite sure what I'm running into half the time. This feels like it might actually unironically be a good time. Oh. I don't want to get stuck in the geometry. That's not a great prospect, especially when I'm on the clock. As you might be able to tell, the controls for moving the car around are not very precise, but at least I would want to imagine that they're functional. Well, I want to imagine might be a bit of a difficult thing to say, given that I am experiencing them directly right now. I want to say that they're at least somewhat functional. Seems like a more straightforward way of putting that. Oh, come on, I'm trying to turn right. But all the stuff that's appearing in the world constantly is way too powerful for this engine to handle. And so the, well, thanks guy for trying to run into me from the side there. And so the actual performance becomes more than a little bit scuffed. It's rather unfortunate. But here we are. I think we can just, yeah, partially drive through the bend in the road here. A bit through the bend in the road. Not really clipping through anything, just driving over a part of the bend that's not actual road, but that doesn't have anything in it. So there we go. I'm gonna get stuck in the trees now. That wouldn't be very nice, but... But here we are in the church. I think that we're actually gonna want to leave our car like all the way over here. Looks like there's plenty of room next to these cars in the parking area, but I don't think it'll stay that way for long, so here we go. Made it to the church by 12:30, which is perfect because this is a time that we need to be around here, I would say, given that the meeting is going to start at 1 p.m. or so we read. Shall pray for you. The answer to any problem lies in prayer. Amen. So she says. Don't know if she's gonna keep saying that with any kind of consistency, but here's Stannis. Pretty much everyone showed up. Pretty much everyone in the meeting, at least one other person who isn't someone who would usually show up at the church, I guess. Here's Dr. Gruber, who we're talking inside the hospital room. But he's got a red jacket here. Matthew Williams came to Kathy's room earlier with Morgan, but also not just teleported into that pew in front of us. Oh yeah, you were that kid. I don't know what exactly happened in her room. It would be nice. When Kathy kicked the bucket. Yeah, exactly. A good way to put it. All I know is that Kathy was unresponsive, then she suddenly started screaming, and then she just died. But it's simply the cause of Kathy's death was shock. Know that she was attacked by an animal. Oh, here comes somebody else. That's a major, I think. I think that Kathy was horribly traumatized last night. And something triggered a memory of that trauma, and the shock led to her death. It was in a safe hospital room, it doesn't add up. What could have triggered it? Oh, I wonder. That's the big question. Maybe a snowdrift fell off the roof just outside the window. Maybe seeing Morgan's ugly mug scared her to death. Or maybe all of the above. And the people inside that room were you, Morgan, Father Barton, and James. And the nurse. The one that didn't have a character approach at that moment, I guess. The head nurse. Don't recall her name, she's usually at the nurse's station. Seems like a good sign. Oh, it's a terrible thing that's happened in our peaceful little town. Oh well. But yeah, I'm pretty sure what we want to do right now is just talk to everyone here. It's Winona I'm worried about. She always puts up a tough front. Not sure we can keep an eye on her. Oh, and also, I guess the mayor is sitting back there. He just appears sometimes. Winona mentioned she has a curfew. Well, yet she's not a kid anymore, but she's my kid. To a parent, your kids are always children, no matter their age, or so he says. And no matter how much they complain. I guess we're gonna leave that alone for now. I can't really see all the people all the time, necessarily. Thanks to this engine. Please pray for my Emma too, says Steve, but... Does Robert have anything different to say now? Meeting's about to start. I'm sorry, but I can't let you attend, even though you're not necessarily the one who actually decides that. That would be the sheriff who's actually over there, so oh well. Now says there's something more serious to be discussed than hunting bears. I'll tell you all about it later. Hadn't you better leave the church now? Yeah, everyone's saying like, yeah. You totally shouldn't be here, kiddo, even our own legal guardian. You totally need to get out of here. But are there really bears roaming around at this time of year? Usually hibernate by now, but occasionally some fail to store enough food and must delay hibernating until they do. Those ones become agitated and dangerous. It's possible that they would attack a person. Emma and Kathy were together, then maybe that means... No, bears don't see humans as a food source. All they did was wound Kathy, remember? If Emma was also attacked by the bear, I'm sure she would have found her... We would have found her nearby as well, so he believes that. We have to find that bear. That's clearly our main concern here. That clearly will solve the entire mystery of where Emma went. What happened to Kathy was, well... It has been a very painful test of faith. I doted on her, raised her as my own. I think it's been 12 years since I adopted her. Oh, time flies. The first time I saw her, I swore to give her a happy life. And am I still missing, but God works in mysterious ways. All I can do now is pray. But what on earth was she thinking when she went into that forest? Maybe I didn't truly know her at all. But have you made arrangements? I guess maybe you would get special treatment since you're with the church. Your funeral will be held at the cemetery tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, so yeah. Less than, I want to say maybe less than or more or less exactly 24 hours after she actually died. There's a funeral. That seems like a pretty quick arrangement. I mean, I don't know how this is usually handled. Maybe this is normal. That's another thing that I'm gonna be chastised for questioning, but I I'd like her to be laid to rest as soon as possible. And apparently that will actually happen. So there we go. Pretty much all the people we've talked to so far have exhausted all the things they have to say. Barton, or not Barton, Morgan is right here, but apparently we can't really talk to him. And I don't think we can get on this little raised area either, so... Oh wait, no, never mind. Did you talk to Cohen? Ask him about when he found Kathy, and... But he doesn't think Kathy was alone that night, so maybe Emma was there too. It's possible that Emma and Kathy were there together, set a fire which attracted the bear, and it attacked them. That's as good a theory as any. Except Emma wasn't found. Emma going missing makes the whole case a head-scratcher. What did you say? Sorry, but no kids allowed, head outside, but I'm gonna defy these edicts. And stick around even until the meeting actually begins. We can talk to Dennis one more time, which I guess makes a little bit more sense if you talk to him now. Even with people like, popping in and out of existence as there's more of them on screen. I guess this is pretty much everyone in the town as far as we know. Just all the men. What about the nun that was here? I mean, I would imagine that the nun usually is here. The answer to any problem lies in prayer. There's also a confessional here, but I guess we can't really do much with this. It's not like in Black Mirror, or, I mean, the video game Black Mirror, not the show. Talking about the video game that was like, came at least 10 years, I want to say. Or the show, and is completely unrelated. I guess we can do this again. I didn't actually mean to read this again. I wanted to exit out of that, but... seems like that didn't happen. But I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be the same text that we saw at the police station before, so yeah, meeting's about to start. Sure, it's a good thing that we got here ahead of time and talked to all these people. So what are you gonna do about the fact that I'm here even though you told me to leave? Can't imagine it would be anything that would be in any way significant, I would imagine. I know the meeting's about to start. Sorry, but could you step outside? Oh, there you go. But they don't really kick us outside, do they? They kick us out to this little hallway that's next to the main, I guess, altar area. The main chapel, I guess, part of the church. But we can also lift up or use our wonderful box lifting power to create a footstool to spy on what they're saying in the meeting. And so we do. Quiet down, everybody. Let's go to the chase. Are we talking about a murder here? It's a possibility, which wasn't really mentioned in public before. And here's Samuel Gruber, who we talked to already. Chief of Medicine at Gruber Hospital. He treated Kathy when she was first brought in. Reverent and cynical, his attitude has alienated many of the townspeople. The thing is, the choke marks on her neck weren't the direct cause of death. Well, that was... well, we don't know what the cause was. To put it simply, she died of shock. I guess he claims it's shock. But why did it happen later? If we're gonna die of fear, wouldn't it be during the actual bear attack? She was gravely injured and hypothermic. Shock killed her due to her weakened state. That shock was caused by something that triggered a vivid flashback of the attack. We can't be certain it was a bear. Still saying that too. I believe that was actually suggested before though, but they also didn't mention the fact that she had freaking like marks on her neck. But the wounds were definitely caused by an animal. The main points here are that Kathy was attacked by an animal in the forest. Now Emma, the mayor's daughter, is missing. We've decided to search Barrow's forest and we're asking for volunteers to help. Any able-bodied men who are willing, meet up at the forest cabin at 3:30 this afternoon. Mr. Mayor, would you like to add anything? I know my daughter could be suffering somewhere. I know that Emma's alive, but apparently he can't quite keep a hold of himself. Listen up, everybody. According to Dr. Gruber, we know Kathy was attacked by an animal, probably a bear. But as horrible as this is to say, we can't rule out foul play. People on the killer could be on the loose. Keep our kids inside after dark. That is all. Choke marks on her neck. Is that what Morgan meant by strange? Yeah. Strange and real quaint. Oh shit, are we gonna read? Okay, no. Are we gonna like get the whole dialogue again? But no, I suppose not. But there we go, we're gonna head and witness that, which is, I think, the time limit for stuff might be a little bit more lax after that event for the first day. Let me see. The game, by the way, is 7 days long, in case you were wondering. So it starts on Christmas and it ends on New Year's Eve, I think, or New Year's Day. New Year's Eve, I think. But right now, we have witnessed the meeting. I guess we can just look around here a little bit. Because we're not really pressed for time for the next event, so we can snoop around the church just a tad. Which won't really lead to us finding much of anything, but we can take a look at this very conspicuous trapdoor in floor that we can't interact with there. And also, you know, see these people through the room's loading area. I have no idea if that would actually look like that on an actual PS1 if we were to play that there, but maybe. Who knows? We can also go down these stairs, which thankfully stops time when we do that. And find another door, which is also locked. Better make sure to animate each single step being climbed. It's something that we're very proud of, you see. We're going to go the other doors in the hallway, and by the other door I mean the only other one that doesn't go outside, you know, spoiler alert. I don't think we can open this door. Been locked out of it by the... Wonder what's going on inside? Well, I mean, we've already found out, so I don't think it really matters. If we wonder about it now. We've already acquired that information. We didn't even get like an actual tracking thing, but yet you can see the rest of the people that showed up. So if we had actually parked our... Well, as it pops in, all these cars pop in. If we had actually parked our bug there, then it would have been overtaken by all those cars. But it's whatever, since we're gonna... if we can steer properly. We're gonna get the heck out of here now and head back into town. Just trying to remember like which direction we can go. Maybe we'll actually take a look at the... No, I don't think we'll take a look at the roadblock from this side at least. We can probably take a quick look at it on the other side. Has to get the dialogue from there, because I don't even think if we could get the dialogue for the roadblock if we approach it from this side. Actually, might as well take a quick stop here so that I can read the map again. Oh goodness, okay, so if we turn left there, we end up in that little bendy road, which has a building here that we don't know exactly what it is yet, but we will be finding out real soon. But I guess we can go, I mean, we don't know what it is, but you can literally go to the part of the road where you can see it, and it will become very obvious because I'm pretty sure that it is clearly marked. I might as well check it out ahead of time and try not to be steered off course here. It's the Bar Woods. A very small, compact looking grey building. Surely will have no super deep significance or anything. Let me check the map again. If we turn right here, we're gonna end up at the town center, which is where we will be going briefly. But But before we go there, we can, actually check out the close road. And here's this guy to tell you all about it. There's a rock fall during the night sometime. It's nothing major, but it'll take 2 or 3 days to clear it, and yeah. The road out of town's also blocked. Now that's a big fall there. Take more than a few days to clear that. No one's getting in or out for a while, so I guess it just means that it's impossible for anyone to leave town, at least for that road, and that's your justification for just being completely restricted to this part of the map, this map. To within the game world. When I get up to Cochran Peak, you'd better head up the other lakeside, and so we did. You done with the chatter? Well, it's gonna be another 2-3 days. And I'm pretty sure that, landslide doesn't go away after 2-3 days, but evidently not in the meanwhile. But now that we've checked that out and had a little bit of a close encounter with a tree, let's head into town. And let's go to this place that's across the street from where we are staying ourselves, which is a diner. Heinz Diner or Haynes Diner, which I'm pretty sure is what one of the translations says. As the cars go away when we get inside. Which has probably the most animated music in the whole game if you go into here during the daytime. You seem busy. Hey, Lorraine. Lorraine Haynes, who is apparently a couple of years older than we are. There's apparently some Budweiser, based on what it says in the back. And some very pixelated truck pictures, too. Waitress at the local diner. Straight shooter, she's blunt yet kind. She's dating Mel, but they often fight. Oddly, this may be what makes them work, which doesn't make any sense, but that's as far as they're gonna explain that. Heard Emma's gone missing. Did you know Kathy? Jesus freak. Not really, she was always by herself. There's bound to be a connection between Kathy and Emma's disappearance, so we believe. Were they friends? That's what I'm hoping to find out, but as far as I know, they weren't. Well, they could have been. Those two are pretty alike. I could never tell what either of them was thinking. But here comes somebody. Wonder who this could be. What's eating you? You look pissed. And this is Mel Aston, who is 18 and who is sitting next to somebody else that I would probably be more interested in, honestly, but... This is the only child of Dennis, the town's most influential man, who is also a notorious delinquent. Quick to anger, he's a rebel without a cause or a brain. Not that anyone should be told that you said that. Wink. Don't nag me like some old crone. I just up here and let you drinking. Well, my dad's not here today. Gotta take you to the place by myself. It's your diner. Just close early, what's the big deal? Told you already, I can't. You wanna talk, let's talk here. I can't catch a break. Everyone's on my case today. Been interrogated by that fat ass. He thinks I had something to do with Emma. Morgan? Well, yeah, but the sheriff. So what if I was the last person to see Emma? But here comes Matthew. Where did you see Emma? What should I tell you, you prick? I saw Emma last night too. I don't know where she went afterward. Don't cry me a river, so your squeeze ran off, so what? So what were you doing with Emma last night? It's not like that. I saw her for 2 seconds. Well, it wasn't Cohen Peaks, just where you come out of the tunnel. You said something about going to church. Was she alone? Well, we got interrogated once today. I'm not going through it a second time. And so he just gets out of here. You're leaving? Sure as hell not staying here. Well. What a dick. Aren't you two going out? Well, that's more of a diamond in the rough. That seems like a very generous way of putting it, but maybe Emma was going to the church to see Kathy. Who knows? I guess we won't be able to find that out easily, though. Two of them were probably together then. But, the town's already on edge. Wonder if there'll another protest at Aston Farm today. Protest. The farm workers are protesting because Mr. Aston won't repair the company housing. As in Mel's father. Come to think of it, the company housing is at the top of Coqueland Peaks. It makes sense that Mel would be out there so late. I think I've heard about this. Aren't all the houses like really run down? Well, they're falling apart. That's why there's a protest. Mr. Aston should just do a decent thing and repair them. He like is hurting for cash. And we can also eat here. But even though these things will have prices, let's have some grits, sure. Even though these things all have prices, there's not any kind of actual money count in the game, so it literally doesn't matter how many of them you get. There's not any kind of money counter or hunger counter or anything like that, so this is literally just for flavor, you know, no pun intended. How about another? If we get, I don't know, coffee. I know you like it, nice and strong. I don't think he's gonna do the same Dale Cooper meme though, but it's a very weird way to hold a cup, I would say. Not that you can see it in very much detail from here, but there you go. And rather unintuitively, the way to leave your seat when you're in this section is to hold down either left or right and then do square. Oh, there we go. We got our food. We found out a little bit more about what was happening the previous day. And where are we going next? We went to the diner. And we were told that, well, we heard from Morgan. Not really, well, yeah, from Morgan, even though that wasn't really addressed to us, or addressed in a way that seemed like it was expected for us to actually be able to hear that. But during the town meeting, we heard Morgan say that apparently they're going to look for volunteers to do a sweep of the forest today. At 3:30 or something, but I think if we get to the forest before then, we can get an extra scene, so let's do that. Not that we'll just be able to walk right on in there and, you know, join that effort, since much like at the church, everyone's just gonna be like, nope, Matthews, forget it, you're underage. You totally can't help at all. That wouldn't make sense. What do you mean we would be getting extra help out of that? No. What do you mean you're driving all over town with this friggin' Volkswagen of yours? And you're perfectly capable of doing all these things by yourself, and you're like, I guess he hasn't been talked about all that much, but he's like the raised adoptive son of a dude who's kind of obsessed with guns, so he would probably actually be able to help with what they're doing here. Guns and hunting. Ooh, also a bit of a little ghostly figure just showed up at the top of the screen as we were going into the forest. But hey, here are these two people. Here's Morgan. Was complaining about you, said you treated him like a criminal. Like, I guess we're not really here about the recruitment everything. Just here to comment this to Morgan. This morning wasn't our first meeting. Emma said she was going to the church, according to him. Makes it all the more likely you and Kathy were together last night. Still believe this. I think Mel was with them too. I guess maybe she went up to the church first, and that's where she met up with Kathy, and that's where they left from there to go somewhere else, and somehow ended up in the forest, even though I'm pretty sure the forest and the church are literally on the opposite ends of the map, so something else to keep into consideration. Take into consideration, keep in mind, well, however you want to put that, really. Mel's definitely hiding something. Does he have an alibi for last night? He said he was at the bar. At the bar Club Wolves. He was real reluctant to admit he was there even when his freedom depended on it, so I don't think he's lying. And for now his alibi holds up. I'm guessing that means that they've talked to people at the bar, maybe? And what's this about chalk marks on Kathy's neck? And yeah, I totally heard about this, legitimately. Is that what you meant by strange earlier? Yeah. Is there a murderer on the loose? Well, I'm not sure yet. According to Dr. Gruber, the choking couldn't have directly led to her death. It was apparently shock. But it's true, she definitely had bruising on her neck. We don't have any proof of this, or proof that this was an attempted murder. We don't go stirring people up based on that. Okay, fine. Whatever you say. How would you heard the forest off limits? There's a wild bear in there. That's pretty much all that this guy will say. Get cold. Why did Morgan stick me with this dumb job? Well, these guys just kind of guard the entrance of the forest. The forest is off limits. We're searching it now. Bear might be around. I can't let a kid endanger himself like that, even though we're 18, I thought. How do you feel about leaving this to us? And there you go. We're helping you out, but Morgan's not really opening up to us quite yet. So, speaking of going in a few different places, in a few different directions, let's check the map again. And actually just head south from here, all the way south. I guess this place is also already marked on the map. There's a few more places that have been added to the map since the beginning of this whole thing. There's the Haynes Diner, there's the cemetery near the hospital, in case they're trying to tell us something. And down here are Mel's house and Aston farm. Well, Mel's house, which is also Dennis's house. And which is where we will end up if we go all the way down south. Take a bit of a turn, which is not really a turn as much as it is just continuing to follow the road, which makes it the only way to go. The only path to follow at that point. Well, the only path to follow if you don't just go back up north. I suppose that is technically also true. And hey, look, there's some people out here. Mr. President, listen to us. You think you can keep treating us like dirt? We demand repairs. President Aston won't listen to a word we say. No idea he was so cold-hearted, well. But the house is really in such bad shape. We have no running water half the time and the power goes out almost every day. The place is over 30 years old, needs to be rebuilt from scratch. Well, for temporary housing, I guess that would make sense. Occasional maintenance won't cut it anymore, Mr. President. We demand thorough repairs, and... well, here he comes. Guess he's finally noticed that there's something going on. That is Aston, who we saw at the church too. President and CEO of Aston Enterprises and owner of Aston Farm. As the farm is the backbone of the local economy, he's the most powerful man in town. He's also the father of Matthew's classmate Mel. I'm always shelling out to fix that place. Well, that's a problem. The place needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. I worked for you for decades. Don't that mean anything to you? Well, building on that land is too complicated. Even though building on that land was apparently not a problem in the first place. By the time we have no lights at night, there's a killer on the loose now. It's no place for people to live. I'll consider it a police leave. Well, it's apparently gonna be all it takes to get these people to go away. Seems a bit naive on their part, especially when he says this. I think you have something to complain about too, but I don't want to hear it. Have a good day. I'm sure you will. You will. Yes, I know exactly what I said. And that is exactly what I meant to say, as you might imagine. I am certain you will. Listen what you said. You want something with me? Helped. I knocked on the door, so implicitly. Smell home? Well, I don't know where he is. This is normal too. His room's around the side. Look for him yourself. Are you still here? Busy fixing the company housing, I hope. Well, none of your damn business. Don't disturb me again. Oh, he doesn't like our bleeding hearts attitude, but at least he told us where the room is. Bleeding heart of just being like, yeah, you should probably be nice to your workers. So let's go around the side. If we can actually, face this door. There's nobody here. apparently Mel is dumb enough to just leave the door to his room completely unlocked even when there's nobody around, so might as well be obliging with that. He apparently really likes motorcycles and vinyl and motorcycle magazines. I wonder if that's reminiscent of anyone. And also a walk-in closet. I don't know if I would call it a walk-in closet, but I mean, maybe in a very technical sense. You sure can walk in, but I don't know if I would call it very spacious, really. You actually keep clothes in there, I don't think you would have a lot of room to actually stand in there yourself. But what's this here? What is this? 9 PM motel. What smells like a room at the motel at 9 PM? Why did he leave that in the... Well, apparently that phone call summoned him. We got Mel's note, but... we can't just leave because he's apparently come home right at this moment again, so let's hide. Right here. Because he mustn't keep any clothes in here if we're able to just walk in. And actually be able to stand in there. Well, my character portrait and dialogue box is gonna be also obscured by the on-screen effect right now, but I know. I've dealt with the Emma problem. I've got it with me, so stop worrying about it. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Yeah, 9 PM tomorrow. Heard you the first time, I'll meet you at the cemetery then, so, better make a note of that. Something may or may not be happening. Oh jeez, hold on. At the cemetery at 9 PM tomorrow. Also, for some reason, my controller just spontaneously disconnected, even though it's been wired this whole time. It's nice. I'll keep my word, let's just talk then. So I was meeting with somebody at the cemetery at 9 PM tomorrow. And here he comes. But apparently Dennis wants to talk to him now. Shove it, you old fart. And there we are, even though this suspenseful music, which I'm pretty sure I labeled as suspense in the soundtrack listing for this game, still playing even though nothing's really happening anymore. I guess we'll continue playing until we get out of here in the sequence where... Incidentally, it seems like the clock has stopped for the length of time it takes between when you get out of the closet and when you actually leave that room. But hey, I guess we found out something else interesting. Where shall we go next, though? Been at Mel's house. And if we hurry up a little bit... It's now 3, and I think, yeah... Boy. Now let's maneuver a little bit so we can get out of here. Let me actually... look at the map real quick so we can make sure exactly where to go. Okay, so if you cross bridge and if we go right, we can end up at the bridge and cross bridge and cross the bridge and end up back in the town center area. That's what I was trying to enunciate. Oh shit. You don't see it there, and I would also like to be able to turn, but sometimes it's difficult. It will actually give me some difficulties when it comes to a certain sequence later in the game, but hopefully it doesn't too much. But this might actually be the best first opportunity we have to actually save the game. Let's stop right outside our own little place. Let's pet the doggo. Let's actually save the game for the first time ever using the actual proprietary save system. Take a 1 hour nap. I kinda wish I could save, without having to sleep, but whatever. Here, let's save the data. To file A, why not? And there we are. And I suppose this would also probably be a good time for me, now that I've done that, and actually created that additional data to test quickly whether or not I can quickly work with the save states here. So if I press F1, okay. If I press F1, that's for saving state, and F3, that's loading state. That's what I would always try to remember. And always probably fail to remember. So let's pet the doggo again, or on our way out. And, actually try to leave this time. Let's get in the car. Notice too that very colorful taco van in the background. That's not just an incidental background fixture. It does have a bit of an actual meaning. But now that we've done that, we can do a bit of an optional thing. If we actually back off and turn left, we can go north. We can actually drive all the way back up the mountain. Which I guess we might as well try out. We have a little bit of extra time before the next actual plot-mandated event, you might say. Might be a little bit time strain, but not an awful lot, I wouldn't say. Ooh, fuck, come on, yeah, wait. Don't keep going straight, please actually veer onto where the road is. That would be nice. But yeah. I've never actually spent any kind of actual amount of time in any place in the world that would look like this, but I do have a couple of people who apparently live in Colorado. And who do appear to corroborate the general idea that this is the kind of atmosphere that they have over there around this time of year. Which seems, really nice. This usually cause for lamentation whenever I consider that it never ever snows here where I live. But unless you go really high up into the mountains, which I guess maybe in the same fashion as they have what I'm doing right now in the game, so it makes some degree of sense, right? So we're here. These are like the farm workers' lodgings. That are pretty much what you find if you go up the mountain and you go the other way from where the church is. And the only real, it's like completely optional, I'm pretty sure the only thing that you can really find here if you come at this time is that if you look around here, maybe, if I'm lucky, you can find a couple of people just kind of hanging around and skulking around. Hey, check it out. What are you doing here? What? None of your damn business. Well, looks like your dad can't decide whether to repair this place. I give a hot fart what my old man does, that's why I'm right here. What are you doing here? Wait, never mind, I don't care. Clearly you don't care whether or not you actually stay here or not. So nothing dodgy could possibly be going on with him hanging around here, and on that same note, nothing dodgy could possibly be going on with this guy, also hanging around here. What do you expect to get out of lodging here? You're in my way. And there. Well, that's it. That's pretty much the only thing that you can find out if you come here at this time. Just a little bit of extra flavor to maybe give context to some things that might follow. But now we head right back down the rather unwieldy mountain road, not turning left and keeping left pressed like there, but sometimes our commands are a little misinterpreted as such. And it's already like 5 PM. I think it... Like I mentioned in the past, how it has gotten to the point kind of where I live, at least during the winter. It gets to the point where it's 6 PM and it's already this dark out, but I don't think it's gotten to the point ever, even in the winter, where it's 5 PM and it's already this dark out. I kind of wish it did. I definitely favor the inky skies. I think it's an interesting vibe, but anyway. Let's see. I think that if we go back over here to Uncle Nos's place. By 5:30. Actually try to go into the store itself, but I don't think we can right now. It's locked, yeah. You know, I don't think there's like a working hours posted outside the store or anything, so... Oh, but hey, here comes Nos himself. Pretty sure that's what we were waiting for. Hey guy. Yeah, there we go. There really was a bear in the forest. We found some huge paw prints, so I guess that sweep actually did take place. Can't wait for tomorrow. Gonna do another search. Tomorrow what Cohen suggested we go in with fewer people this time. It's best to use a small team when tracking a bear. What time you going in? 7 AM sharp. We're meeting up at the forest entrance, so there you go. Will you take me along? Wish I could keep up, but Morgan would wring my neck. And that's apparently what he has to say. But at least we learned about the bear hunt happening tomorrow at 7. If it was up to me, I would take it up with Morgan. And that's it. That's pretty much all the other thing that we can learn. At least from talking to him, so we get a little bit of extra context for the event early on in the second day, but if we also go back into the diner, I think we can witness a little bit of a couple extra things too that are not required, but that once again add a little bit of extra flavor to things. And yeah, this is the evening diner music. We can talk to Lorraine again, maybe. Some of the farm workers were just here. Are they talking about the repairs? Well, should have heard him. They were going on and on about Mr. Aston. He really should just reveal that place. I said there's some reason why they can't. Didn't say, but it doesn't seem to be about money. Don't get me started about Mel. He's such a jerk. It's been such a killjoy today. All he does is bitch and moan. Being questioned by Morgan probably set him off. Oh, who knows? Is that all you have to say right now? Yep, I guess so. I could get a little bit more to eat, but not right now. Not yet. Apparently there's a reason why the guy doesn't want to repair those lodgings. And hey, here are the workers. They're right here. Mr. Aston is being a real ass. Won't go down quietly. I'm gonna bombard him with phone calls in protest. What's his number again? Well, there it is. It's square, circle, triangle, triangle. How will their voices be heard? I'll give him a moment's peace. Operation Dial Deluge in progress. Mr. Aston's number is that. And sure enough, we can try it ourselves. Oh, you want the boss? He's going to the housing on the hill. Workers were very noisy yesterday. Afraid of him, I'm not sure when he'll return. You know, he's apparently just loitering around there himself, around his own property. This time I'm gonna make him listen. Well, and I guess it will probably be worth checking if that phone number got registered here at Dennis's house. And the auto garage, even though we didn't really call that after actually getting the number. It's still registered. So there we go. Couple little extra information things that we found out by coming here, but now that we got a little bit of extra stuff to hear about. Ooh. Go across the road again and get right back in the car. And let's see, where are we going next actually? I think we're going over to the hospital. And yeah, Probably a good idea always to reference which direction we're going to actually get there. Not the easiest thing to find your way around, and never mind the fact that I'm rear-ending you, officer, or that I'm doing unlawful overtaking here, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, ironically enough, the town center seems like it's the least intuitive place to find your way from. Alright, there we go. Should be right here. Over hospital, something something. I guess we can't really read the rest of that texture, it's a little too blocky. Alright, now we're here. Talk to Samuel, who if we show up a little bit early before 6 PM, that is gonna be right here in the reception. I want to ask about the bruising on Kathy's neck, which we heard about, yeah. Like she'd been choked. That wasn't the cause of death, you know. But it suggests foul play. Saying someone tried to kill Kathy that night, even though that's not what killed her. Morgan doesn't seem to be taking that theory very seriously. Maybe in New York, but this is a small rural town. That kind of thing's unthinkable here. Or so Morgan would say. If you ask me, though, someone definitely choked Kathy. The bruises can you determine what time the choking occurred? Within 24 hours of the time she was discovered. I can't say for sure exactly when. Someone around her neck, good though. Probably a man. It's probably from the size and shape of the bruising. So you can tell the attacker's sex from the bruising, but not when that happened. It's just my intuition, but I'm right. I'm at the top of my field. Don't second guess me. He was probably fooling around with a guy. Lit a nice romantic campfire, and things went south. Maybe he tried to feel her up, or he started getting rough. He tells him to stop, he gets mad and chokes her. And then by coincidence a bear attacks. Bear runs away and Kathy was left to fend for herself. Simple as that. Don't know about that. Kathy didn't seem like the kind of girl to fool around that night. Like I've never heard of that one before. Everyone thinks their child is a perfect little angel. Until they OD on heroin and wind up in a body bag. Did you even know this girl? Well, kind of, I guess. Oh wait, we're talking about Kathy, not the other one. Emma. What kind of girl was she anyway? Well, apparently Emma would have known her anyway. But I guess we assume that that didn't apply to us at all. But that's what Samuel has to say about the bruising also. The camera just focuses directly on the nurse if we turn it right there. And now he's actually moving back up to his office, which is where we would have had to find him if we had gotten here a little bit later, but... Not right now. Before we go upstairs, we can go here. I think this is where James is hanging out. A totally trustworthy man that came up to us in the prologue, and we're just gonna get straight to the point when we bring up a few subjects with him again. About Kathy's cause of death. Wasn't it shock? Officially, but I have doubts. It's not all that preposterous. Don't you have memories that trigger a visceral reaction? Not really. Something vivid that stuck with you for years? I mean... Not very frequently, that's for sure. Have to be triggered, though, yeah. Kathy was mauled by a bear. What in that hospital room could have reminded her of that? Something strong enough to induce trauma. But what could it be? We have no idea. But I guess only Kathy knows. Something that she must have experienced in that hospital room at that time that caused her to freak out so much that the shock killed her. You want to ask me something about Emma? Nothing exists. Even if something did exist, it could not be understood. Even if it could be understood, that knowledge could not be communicated to others. This was written in the book I think Emma was reading. You offered me your help, remember? That's a quote from Gorgias, an ancient philosopher. I think it expresses Emma's mental state quite well. That's perfectly normal, I think we're gonna say yet again, right? Or not, it's sad. Sounds like being all alone, trapped in your own world, unable to escape. There's a side of Emma you never knew, but then again, I think Emma's taken a step into territory I doubt most people could understand. That's all he has to say about that, though. Well, apparently we're going to talk about the bar now. I'm underage, but that didn't stop Emma from going. She went there often. Club Wolves is where I met Emma in the first place. Seems she caused some trouble there, though. She earned quite a reputation for herself. You only knew one side of her. You might see the other side if you go to the bar. It could be the key to finding her. And now he's just passing the buck to Barbara. So I guess that's just an indication that he doesn't want us to talk to him anymore. So all he's really done was suggest that, well, there he is, just still staring off into the distance. In the other room loading area. All he really suggested is that Emma was looking into some stuff that we cannot possibly understand or knew, or, well, we didn't know about. And also we should look into the bar even though we're underage. Okay, let's talk to the woman at the nurse station. Is the head nurse here? Yes, that's me. I don't have a name, but I'm the head nurse. Were you the one in the room with Kathy? Poor thing. Rupert said that Kathy died of shock caused by some sudden trigger. Of a traumatic memory. That could be true. Have any idea what it could have been? Happened right when Father Barton entered. I leaned into Kathy and said, "Don't worry, your father is here to see you." And then Kathy's eyes rolled toward him and I thought that would lift her spirits, but just when I started to relax, Kathy screamed. Wonder if seeing him was too much of a relief for her. Definitely shouldn't read into that anymore. And you know the rest. So where's her body? It's in the morgue in the basement. Still need to finish her autopsy, so she'll be there until her funeral. Which is tomorrow morning, so I mean, we already know that it's gonna be tomorrow morning, so guess they better make a real quick work of that autopsy. And whatever else they're gonna do with her. Oh, let's see. We've talked to those 3 people, and I think we can also talk to the people that are in this room. It's right across the hall from where Kathy was and where Kathy died. It's the only door on this side of the hall, because it leads into this big old room. Where we can find a couple of people that we have seen before. Miss Holden, why are you here? What a girl can't visit her sick granny. Granny? She's my grandmother. Oh, I guess I didn't know. You know Emma? Emma used to keep her company. She's such a nice girl. And well, Matthew still believes she's not dead. We don't know yet. Life is unpredictable. Did Emma visit often? Emma loved hearing Granny's stories. Stories about the town's old days, ones you can't tell in polite company. And she's not kidding. Well, come visit me and maybe I'll share them. She goes again. Well, I don't think it's gonna be quite as simple as that, though. As it happens. Hope you brought what I asked for, because yeah, she's still got like only one thing on her mind. And that's pretty much gonna have to be our ticket to bribery. Do you know what kind of girl Kathy was? We spoke often enough, but I don't really know. Didn't seem like a very cheerful girl. According to Father Barton, she was introverted and didn't have many friends. She and Emma were alike. Maybe this isn't appropriate for a teacher to say, but they were impossible to read. Isn't there anyone who knew Kathy well? Well, our homeroom teacher might know more, who I guess is not you. It would be Holly. She's usually in the main office after 2 PM. So I guess we're not going to be able to meet her today, though, I don't think. And I think they're both at the point where they're not really going to say anything different. Yep. So we've met with them, learned a little bit of extra information, and maybe we can... Yeah, I think we can just leave now. I think we can get a couple of extra optional scenes at this point, but the next plot event isn't gonna happen for like another hour and a half or so, so... Might as well just go straight for that. And now, since it's past 6 PM, I think this is the nighttime exploration music. Well, this is a good frame to pause on, but let's check the map real quick. We can go right down, back down to the sheriff's station, which should be right across the bridge, so turn left from here. And we can get there. And there we go. Well, someone's coming out of there, I guess it's Steve, yeah. Friday night and day if it'll help us find Emma. But maybe if we go in here we'll find a couple of different people, including Barton. Yeah, he's hanging around here. Were Kathy and Emma close? But no, Kathy was introverted and didn't have many friends. Emma was headed to the church yesterday, when... around 10 PM, I think. None of my parishioners come to church that late. But I've come to see Kathy. Maybe after that they went to the forest together. Yeah, I guess that's her theory right now. Can't quite believe it. Kathy knew she was not allowed out after dark. Must have snuck out without my knowledge. Wish more young people were like you, just... very openly sharing all this information, I suppose. Hey, guess what? They finished off the sweep in the forest, got done around 4:30, okay, that was quick. And they didn't find Emma, though. But they did confirm the presence of the bear who probably attacked Kathy. Sheriff believes taking care of the bear is very important. You want to know about the sweep, you should ask the sheriff, he might even know. Nothing new about Emma, well, I could do that. But also show her one of the items that we found. What's this? 9 PM motel? My goodness, Matthew, are you propositioning me? Yeah, totally. Maybe young and pretty, but I'm a married woman. Oh, I can't tell if they're related to if she's related to, like, the other deputy guy, or if they're actually married and that's why they have the same name. It's not very clear, but there you go. I guess she claims that she's married. But doesn't really elaborate. But as long as we're here, let me see. Oh shit, no, I didn't actually want to. Fuck. Try all X's and see what that does, if anything. Well, we know that all triangles does something, but... defining that, yeah, none of the others, just one of a kind, would do anything. Well, there's Hudson just sitting in this chair through the wall. If we try to go back into the office to maybe talk to Morgan again, he might have something new to say. From my uncle that you're going back into the forest tomorrow. And it knows I was supposed to be a secret. Well, there you go. Can't you take me with you? Out of the question, we'll be carrying guns. Well, this is America, isn't it? What's stopping you from giving an 18-year-old kid a gun? No super gun, not. Yeah, there you go. Even if you know how to use a gun, we're talking about a ferocious bear here. Because Nos taught you how to pull the trigger doesn't make you a big game hunter. And I guess that's all he has to say on the matter. And I don't think Nos himself is around, though. Is Hudson actually a closet neat freak? What? Oh, I thought that, yeah. I thought that we were going to be able to talk to him before we examined his desk, I guess, but... perhaps no such luck. And yeah, Nos doesn't seem to be around, even though the walkthrough did mention that apparently maybe he would be around here somewhere. To give a little bit of extra dialogue, but I sure don't see him anywhere. Just saw Steve driving away from here. And also Barton, who you know is still hanging around there, but I guess that's it, so let's move on to the next location. Let's go ahead and I guess check them up again. Cross the bridge again, go through the roads, and talk to Cohen again in his lodge, maybe. Since he does seem to be the one who keeps watch over the forest, makes sense to assume that he would be the one who would be aware of the plan for the following day. Hey Matthew, what's up? There really was a bear in the forest. We're gonna hunt it tomorrow at 7 AM. There we go. Nos is really eager to come. I guess that's all he's gonna say though. So in case you were wondering and in case you hadn't obtained this information already, there you go. There's definitely a... well, I didn't actually mean to. Didn't actually mean to listen to this for a fourth time, but there we go. There really was a bear in the forest. And in case you didn't already hear about the hunt that's gonna happen tomorrow at 7 AM, here's a new and fresh source of information, so... hold on, for fuck's sake, once again. I heard another footstep sound effect before I stopped the car, that's why I was like wanting to look around, but let's check them up again. We can get gas at this point, just to... or maybe not, I mean, our gas meter is like just below the halfway point. I think we'll wait just a little bit longer to get gas. Given that we only have a couple of events left in the first day. Let's see, so we should try to drive a little bit across the way to the map to, you know, get over here, which is where the bar is. Well, let's try to get over there. Without too much more hassle, it's just like go across to the other side of these roads, cross the bridge, head into town, and this time if we're going west to east. Also crash into something very much headlong, but doesn't really make a difference. If we're going straight west to east, we can just keep going right through the center of town. And once you're past that, we can turn left and follow the only road, and we'll be there in just a few more moments. And here we are. Actually, I think that we synchronize our arrival with someone. Hey, it's someone that we don't think we have any reason to talk to quite yet, but there's Isabella. Have to go to work, don't want to be late. That's all she has to say right now. And yeah, she's going into the bar through the back door, but I guess we can actually talk to her and find her this early if we get to the bar at this point, but doesn't really have much that she's saying to us right now. And I don't, well, okay, she just faced through the door, she doesn't actually animate the door opening. I don't remember if there's like any chance of actually meeting her on the first day, except if you, I guess, get here early and see her going in like that, and also maybe if you hang around the bar, but it's really late and... oh, here comes somebody else. Oh, hey, it's James, I think. Hold on. Again, the controls just stopped for some reason. I wanted to talk to him, but for some reason all the controls just locked up and wouldn't let me move for half of that time. After he got out of the car, but okay, whatever. I guess we're gonna talk to him once we actually are able to go inside, which in theory we should be able to now, but... as you know, he just walked right in there. And we assume that he's a patron, but it's locked. So I wonder how he was able to get in there. But now it won't actually open for us until actually 8 PM. don't think that's a final person that we can... Say, come on, let me just disconnect this thing. And reconnect it wirelessly. There. It's apparently getting a few problems with the cable now. I'll keep the cable handy. Are you also coming to the bar? No, it's passing through. Let's see if anyone else is gonna actually show up here. Actually drop in. Actually make an appearance. Just stand around with our hand on our hip. Here comes another car. You guys left to wait. Is this car headed for the bar? This car is headed for the bar, yeah. We almost got run over, but because of Father Barton's clemency, I guess, the Lord has given me my orders. These sinners have to save them before it's too late. I'm the only one who can. I must go into the bar and make these sinners repent. I seem like a very reliable guy, but yeah, let's just get inside. He's not even going into the bar, I guess he's just like gonna do the same thing that I was doing for a while there and intercept people who are going in. But now that we're finally able to get in, Matthew, who was, or no, maybe James, who was apparently able to get priority access to this fucking place, came here ahead of time and, well, along with the rest of these people who are just already all here, calling us over and comically mocking us as detective, except that apparently he claims to be quite impressed with what we've uncovered so far in one day. And yeah, it does seem like it's a good bit that just wasn't meant to be necessarily heard by the ears of the public. I'm sure you know more about what's going on than I do. Well, we're not too sure. We're on the same side though, Matthew. So aren't you sitting at the bar? Not much like Wolf the owner, so I prefer to keep my distance. He knows everything about the town's nightlife, but he knows me already, so I guess we have some kind of animosity going on here. Wonder what could be up with that, with this Corolado neon sign. Now you understand the title of the stream. That's where you come in. Maybe a fresh face can get some info out of him. Are we to interpret that's the main reason why James got us to come here? Well, there he is. He's apparently perpetually got a damp cigarette hanging from his mouth. Surely a very common frame. Surely about as normal as everything else that Matthew comments on. Let me guess, you want the hard stuff, right? Maybe a nice bourbon. Well, that's gonna be leading to his introduction. Owner of Club Hoops. Knows everything about the bar's regulars and an expert on the town's nightlife, which I guess would just pretty much be his bar and nothing else. You're new here, so I'll explain this real simple. You sit at the bar, you gotta order a drink. And a glass of milk. Well, whatever. And I think that actually this specific exchange, I don't know if it's because of this exchange for this game or just a more general trope of this happening in media, but in Shenmue 1 you also get a scene where Rio walks into a bar and the owner's like, yeah, I'll give you milk, that's appropriate for a schoolboy, ha 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 ha. But it's on the house, drink that and get lost. You know Emma Rowland, well, apparently that was enough to get him talking a little bit more. She comes here often. Pretty girl in the drive like this turned more than a few heads. Not that anything in specific happened. Once this guy was being real persistent, so Emma stabbed him in the thigh with a fork, and then jazz music stops. Of course the guy was in the wrong, so nothing came of it. I guess nobody else wanted to add anything to that. But after that, everyone started to think of her as this crazy girl. And apparently she always came here alone, except one time she did bring another girl with her. Why are you so curious about this? I don't remember. It was Kathy? Maybe it was somebody else entirely. We don't know. Want to talk a little bit more? We don't serve alcohol to minors. It ain't worth hassle. I guess that's... Oh, no, he does say a couple of different things too. Well, we get a lot of customers here. Emma was a troublemaker. She stabbed the guy who was hitting on her, and I guess that's about it, so... We can also order something here, but... If we try to order beer... We just get refused. We can have some chips though, I guess. Just a plate of chips. I guess maybe they're like, I don't know, sliced potato slices that are baked. Those kinds of chips are not like the very thin, crunchy ones. Not that I would know. Let's get some coffee too, why not? How about something with a little more kick? Well, no, I want to have some coffee at 8 PM. I'm sure it'll be perfectly fine. So let's leave since we've already spoken to him. And hey, look at that. Mel came in and he's just sitting right over there now. Stiff like you came to this bar. Looks like you come here a lot. Should you be drinking? Well, only drink milk here. Okay, he's apparently just gonna admit that, and well, he's also gonna teleport to the seat that we were occupying. And much like in the diner, he's sitting to someone whose anatomy seems to be a little bit more peculiar and noteworthy than his own. Where the hell did you disappear to? Well, here comes Bonehead. You look like you're celebrating something. The fact that I'm talking to you isn't suspicious in the slightest. But remember this, man always keeps his promises. You can't even do that, what good are you, huh? But apparently, I guess we assumed that he was talking to this guy on the phone earlier. Wonder Emma ran off. Oh boy. Well, that might have struck a nerve. Know what I think? I think she's heading somewhere just to get away from you, stalker. And Matty just cuts in. Don't you know this guy brought Emma here plenty of times? Try to win her over. But you couldn't help yourself, could you? You always ended in a shouting match. So I guess that's something else that Wolf didn't really mention. Apparently, he brought her along too. And off he goes. You got something to say? Well, what did you do to Emma? Apparently Matthew's just like really riled up based on that information being revealed. But Mel doesn't want to say anything, surprisingly. So let's deck him, why not? You little bastard. And here's something else that carries over to Shenmue, pretty much. Surprise fighting section. That's really, well... I'd say that the fighting in Shenmue is at least a little bit more developed than the one in this game, to be honest, because James is just in the foreground, just chilling. I know not doing anything about this. And yeah, the fighting in this game, as you might imagine, is really not great. You gotta find a strategy like this, just fucking spamming kicks and winning that way. I mean, to be perfectly honest, you can also just win most of the fights in Shenmue. For example, just by dodging and punching and spamming punch as much as possible. But there's some that, like for a few fights in that game, that are actually a bit more complex than that. You feel like pulling teeth like it does in this game. And it will become very, very clear what I mean eventually, but at least for now it's just as simple as that. Shit, I don't got time to play with you. And he's literally just walking away now. Can we talk to him more? Nope. Oh, we can sync the door opening leaving animation. Is he gonna be right outside when we go outside? As a result of that, yeah, he is, okay. Hey, Mel. Oh. Let's talk it over. No, I guess he's gonna carry on now. Let's chat with Wolf a little bit more after that little occurrence. I'm sure it will be very different what he has to say. You seem lively tonight. You know what they argued about, but Emma always knew how to push his buttons. Also, I just conveniently left out the fact that, you know, Emma apparently came here with Mel before. Emma was the one egging Mel on. Well, we don't know, but since Emma went missing, Mel's been even angrier. And apparently that's the only thing that he has to say now, that's extra information. Oh goodness. I wonder if James has anything new to say, or like any of the other people, if you can even talk to them. Can we talk to James again? First time at a bar? Well, apparently he's just gonna see that time and again, so yeah, I suppose we don't really get anything more from this place. There is one thing that I wanna see if anything comes of it, I guess. I will stick around in the bar. At least until 9 PM, I think, to see if anything else is gonna happen in this place, or if I should just, at least at that time. Guess we can check out the, pinball machine back here, the spin warhell, it's not very clear what it says. There's like a, well, there's a couple of machines. There's like a jukebox and a darts thing. There's also the Cougar neon sign too. And you can't actually use any of these, but I'm guessing that it's probably a fair assumption to say that this kind of background fixtures, I guess. Also inspired the fact that in Shenmue you can find, this kind of thing, but you actually can interact with them in that game. Have minigames, but not really. And hey, look at that, it's this frame that you might have already seen. If you saw certain screenshots of this game with the discovery sign on the right and Corolado again, the left. There's also a door back here, but I don't think that we can mess with this at all. No, we can, but actually, is this like a bathroom? Never mind, it is the bathroom. I'm guessing Matty will stop himself from, yeah, it's not even an option to try and mess with that door. I'm guessing that he can also interact with the toilet here, much like he can in his own shed, or maybe not at all. Maybe he will also have too much mental discipline to allow himself to go to the bathroom in a bar. I mean, I don't know. Maybe a bathroom in a bar all the way out in the country that's not really what you would call heavily transited would be a little bit less of a chance than a place that was more densely populated. But as usual, not that I would know. Have any actual direct experience with pretty much anything specific in a small town like this, or... Can we talk to this guy? What a lovely bar. It's the same guy from the diner too, I think. That had that freaky face. There aren't any bars like this anymore in my hometown. This place has a slightly creepy feel though. Wonder what's up with that. Okay. I guess we better just stand right here, because there's just a few more minutes left until the in-game 9 PM hits. There's a little bit longer than that, until, the in-game clock matches with the actual IRL clock that I have, at least. I don't know, I would offer to do the same kind of thing that I did, like for example at the end of Dead Rising, while waiting for the helicopter to show up, but... I feel like I'm already pushing my voice a little much with trying to read pretty much everything that shows up in this game and continuing to talk throughout. Sometimes I wonder if I talk too much, honestly, but... Which is pretty ironic, considering how little I talk when I'm not streaming, but... It's now gonna be 9 PM, and nothing is happening, so maybe I shouldn't have bothered, I don't know. Well, we need to wait another hour anyway for the next plot event, so I guess it doesn't really matter. First time in a bar. I mean, for all we know, it could be Matthew's first time in a bar after all. Maybe now could be an opportunity to do something else while I goof off. I guess we'll wait at least until 9:30 and then just go somewhere else. We can get in the bar stool again. We can talk to Wolf again. Not that he's gonna have anything different to say. So, oh well. I would say that I would read you something from the little... Oh, look, the jazz music is back. The little manual that I got from my replacement headphones that I got a little while back, but... As it happens, this little booklet is mostly diagrams, so it doesn't matter. I don't think it's gonna be that much more time anyway. I tried to handle it soliloquy in that amount of time or something, but... I don't know. Probably wouldn't take too long. Guess I could try it, why not? If I can still remember it. To be or not to be, that is the question. See, it's relevant too, because that quote showed up in the bookshelf at the start of the game. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles. And by opposing them, to die, to sleep, and by sleep to say we end the heartache and the vast natural shocks that flesh is urging. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There is a respect that makes calamity of so long life, for who would bear the whips and scorns of time? The oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns at patient merit of the... Oh, here comes somebody. The unworthy takes. When he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin, who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life? What are you doing? Hold on. I do want to talk to this guy. Hold on. I guess I might as well try to finish the thing. Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death. What was the word there? What that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, that's it, from its bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will and makes us rather bear what else we have and fly to others that we know not of. And thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution does is sicklied o'er with a pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pitch and moment with disregard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. And there's like 3 more lines after that, but I don't think they're considered part of the soliloquy. So. It's like soft you now, the fair Ophelia, nymph in thy horizons be all my sins remembered. Yeah, that's it. And also this guy shows up, which, even though it's past 9:30, and the jazz music has stopped, I think I'm gonna stick around here until, I guess, the actual plot event happens, which I think is like 5 minutes past 10. You can be anywhere when that happens, by the way. It's a phone call, but... We'll see if anything happens here at 10 PM on the dot, I guess, and after that we'll deal with another event. Yep. Someone's walking. Who is walking? Who is coming over here? Is it someone from outside the bar? Oh, was it the dude that was at the... No, I don't think it's the dude that was at the machine. He's still there. He's still over there. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Just need to back myself up into this place that's next to the door. And in just a moment here. Maybe something will happen, or maybe it won't. I get a feeling it just might not. No, it's 10 PM now. No, wait, no, something did happen. This guy's leaving. I'm off to bed. I just got to this town. I don't know where anything is. I'll drive around town tomorrow and acclimate myself. Okay. I don't think I ever actually talked to this guy before, though. She's just like another event character. But yeah. Oh, wait. This is the place. Hold on. Hey, guy. He's apparently gonna say nothing, but we can see that the woman Isabella that we talked to outside is on the other side of that door from here. But this guy who's standing in front of that door is saying nothing. Let's see. We'll just a little bit more. 4 minutes. We're getting the phone call now. Hey, what's up? Matthew? Winona, what's up? She's at the park right now. Could you come by? What are you doing at the park? Well, just trying to think. And now she's gonna be waiting for us at the park. We probably shouldn't keep her waiting, I guess. I'm just gonna slowly back away. And in that span of time, nothing happens and nothing happens. Yeah, I think it might be possible for something to happen with, you know, that woman. If you stay around the bar long enough, but yes. It's not really viable to wait for that, since you have to go meet with Winona at the park now. I do think... oh, hey, wait, hold on. Someone else is coming to the bar, and I think I know what that is. It's... well, they can actually talk to her. Nope. Well, never mind, I guess I didn't mean to actually all the way back in there, but... if you actually talk to her, she is actually Lorraine in street clothes. We come here to drink too. Let me tell you a secret, there's a live performance. Every night here at 10:30. It's something special, right? You'll fall in love, oh boy. I'm kinda curious about this now, actually. I'm gonna make a save state right here. Yeah, here we go. Because we were told by Winona to go meet her at the park, but... I guess that confirms exactly when the performance is gonna be. Is it gonna be a performance though? I think that not every day in the game, like a performance doesn't happen every day in the game, just certain specific ones. So if it just turns out to be a complete cop-out, like if we do get the performance, I guess I'll stay in that timeline a little bit longer to see if I can still meet up with Winona afterwards, but after that... but if it doesn't, if it's just a fake out, then I will rewind time and actually hurry on and go to the park. With a little bit of extra time on my hands. Right now though, I will just hang around for yet another 10 minutes. See, I had more than enough time to perform the fucking Hamlet soliloquy. That clearly was not a concern. Goodness. That clearly was not a concern, but it would still be a good idea to make as optimal a use of time as possible if nothing happens at this point. So it's 10:30 now. Okay, here we go. Not a very weak but I think that just my the side of my throat is starting to give out. Well, here she comes. She's actually gonna do it. She's all dressed up for it, and she's coming on stage. And here's this guy. We won't be seeing for the last time here. Thank you for being here at Club Wolves tonight. Yes, thank you, thank you. My deepest apologies, but I'm afraid I can't perform tonight. Oh, well, there you go. So she's not doing it at this point. There's Wolf just being inconspicuous and looking in the complete opposite direction for no particular reason. Very sorry, I have some personal business to attend to. Oh well. Be able to sing again tomorrow night, please forgive me. And there she goes. Gotta look around for just a couple more moments before stepping off the stage. Oh well, seems like that was a disappointment, so we're gonna have to turn back time, but before we do that, we will... It's a live performance, so yeah, we just witnessed it, but... We'll fall in love, except apparently we won't at all, because it failed to occur. What does this guy have to say about that? Don't look at me. I guess that's about it. What about you, James? Do you have anything to say about that? No. Apparently not at all. You won't see anything? I don't know if we're allowed to go behind the bar here. I guess we are. But this guy also says nothing different at all, so I guess we'll turn back time. Just go back to about half an hour in the past. And now we should actually make for the park. Let's see. What would be the fastest way to get there? Well, the park is down here. We can actually see it marked on the map now. And we can go down through the center of town. I think it would probably be easier to not go through the center of town, actually. Let's keep following the road, and when we get all the way to the south edge, turn right and keep going, and we'll get there eventually. Ooh, can I turn left to begin with? Like, I don't even need to be in the center of town where all those overcrowded objects are, just to be in a place where I am way too... I'm already getting hit with lag due to the engine being clogged up. A statement that I feel holds probably multiple meanings when you were talking about driving a car like this. It's like the same kind of thing I'm pretty sure that would happen on like the NES or what have you. There's too many objects on screen. Except right now all the objects have like there's even more polygons, way more polygons and way more stuff going on. But here we are, we made it, and this time at 10:30 instead of witnessing the live performance. We're gonna show up at the park. Where I hope Winona will still be waiting for us. No additional issue, because it would really suck if she had left because we took too long to get here. I think we're good. Thought you had a curfew, and she does, but snuck out like apparently every single young person in this town is doing these days. Them whippersnappers. It's not like you, though. What's wrong? Is it Emma? Everything about Emma has been a shock. Still trying to come to grips with it myself. It's different for me. Should have seen this coming, so she says. Where did that come from? Always knew Emma couldn't stand this town. Wanted to get as far away as she could. Once she brought me along to Club Wolves, the bar. So the girl Wolf mentioned was Winona. I guess we did hear about that. Emma was wasted. I was horrified. I tried to take her home, but this creepy guy wouldn't leave us alone. When I got rid of him, then she said, Winona, this is no place for girls like you. Isn't that messed up? Well, that's when I realized there was another side of Emma that I didn't even know about. I tried real hard to understand that part of her. I really did, but... When we said goodbye that night, Emma asked, is it fun being with me? Well, I told her, yeah, we're friends, remember? But then she said, would you be sad if I disappeared? Yeah, that's clearly a good sign that someone's in a good state. And I just looked at her and went, of course, why would you even ask that? I guess that was the right thing to say because it made her smile, and then she left. Well, let's go for the more heartfelt response here, I guess. It was an obvious cry for help. I should have done something, yeah. I guess at least she was able to realize, and these characters are able to realize that that wasn't normal. And hey, look, it's the hugging scene. Don't blame yourself. ... Alright. But Emma didn't want you to get caught up in whatever she was worried about, and now she's caught up in that all by herself. That's why she never told you what was going on to protect you. She cared about you. And that's it. Guess you've seen me at my lowest now. This isn't how I meant for this to go, which kind of raises the question of how she treated me to go, but... Well, there you go. You'll drive me back, won't you, Matthew? You'll give me a ride once again. Well, yeah, I will. But this time I expect a free gas fill-up in return. Do you have anything else to say before we head back, by the way? When I think about all this, it makes sense to know Emma at all. Makes me pace in place. Very anxiously. I don't think that we can use that telephony booth over there. I guess we just kind of refuse to do that because we have our own phone. Apparently it doesn't cost anything, or it's all like already prepaid or something. Well, let's just do this again. Well, the same road that we took to get here. Or try to, but get a little bit of a wonky controls thing going on instead. I have to check again because I gotta remind myself. Which of these two turns actually goes to the gas station would be the one that's not right next to me, but the one after. Okay. Anyway, it's actually quite fortuitous that we have to go to the gas station as our final destination on this night, so we're able to get a gas refill. And much like with everything else, it doesn't actually cost any money, because, well, I mean, presumably it does, but you don't have a money counting system in this game. Already said so. And look, we're here. Thank you for everything. Always a nice thing to hear someone say, surely. Didn't have any additional loaded meaning. I'm pretty sure the way that you get more gas is you have to not have a whole lot of gas. You stop and see yellow parking spots, and you press circle when that symbol shows up. Full service right here. I don't know who you are, but apparently this is just the man who gives you the gas refill service in this gas station. And yep, there we go. And I'm pretty sure that brings us to the end of the first day's events. Guess I'll try to see if I can get to the end of the second day. Leave it there. Might take more than a couple streams to get to the end of this game, but that's fine. It'll just mean that whenever that happens, it'll actually be closer to Christmas. Okay, there we go. Let's head in here. I think that we pretty much just go to sleep now and save and all that. And make time go fast by sleeping repeatedly. There's not really much of a point to driving around or wandering around town very late at night. Unless you have to for some event. And I'm pretty sure that if you keep on wandering around after midnight, the music goes away completely, so it's just dead silence. Guess I should rest up a bit. Well, let me see. There is one more event that we can get very early in the morning the second day, so let's just rest for 5 hours and save over the old file, because I'm pretty sure there's only 3 files that you can save to with the memory card. You know, the intended way to save. And here we are. Let me just save my state again. To hear a very loud car grumbling outside. We will sleep for 1 more hour, but won't save. Since we already did that. And now we're just gonna wait around for 5:45, and I think we're gonna go to sleep like immediately after the event that triggers when that happens, so I'll just stand right here and wait for that to come. I'm pretty sure that this phone call that you can get very early in the morning is just completely optional, but I know it feels a bit more complete to show that, and like something that happens right after will happen independently of whether or not you get the phone call and answer it, but it's always more thorough to show off and get as many of these scenes as possible, right? Always clearly a very worthwhile effort. So what can I do in the meantime? I don't think I know any more like long-winded speeches or anything like that. Goodness, that I can just recite off the top of my head, so I could check something different. I could play, I guess I can break up the monotony with a little bit of, I don't know, what's the next song on here, Light of Life. Oh, that's a really nice track from a team, actually. Might be a little dramatic for a game like this, but at least at this point. But this is like the remix of the final boss theme from Trauma Center Second Opinion, which is the Wii version of the first Trauma Center game. Which is also thematically relevant for when you get to the final boss of Trauma Team. Even though this only plays for the very end of that operation, and not for the earlier parts as a separate track. But yeah, I'm gonna play Akinator on my phone. I wonder if he's gonna recognize Matthew Williams from this game. Is your character related to Marvel? No. Is your character an adult? Technically yes, but I'm gonna say no, because he's like just barely 18. Is your character been in something produced by the Disney company? No. Is your character animated? I'm gonna say no. I guess I expect that to be a cartoon if based on how that question is worded. Is your character been in a movie? No. Is your character part of your family? No. Is your character a boy? Yes. Does your character personally know you? No. Is your character a YouTuber? No, thank God. Is your character from a TV series? No. Is your character real? No. You should have started there, honestly. Is your character from a book? No. Does your character wear pants? Yes. Is he originally from a video game? Yes. Does he often wear a hat? No. Is he from a horror game? No. Is he from a music-based game? No. Is he from Minecraft? Fuck no. Does he have hair? Yes. Does he fight with a sword? No, he fights with his fists. Does he use a bow? No. Does he use guns? Technically, I might be spoiling, but yeah. Is your character from Fortnite? No, fuck that. Does she usually wear green? I guess so. He's wearing a green jacket. Your character's hair orange? No, it's brown. Is your character from the GTA franchise? No. Is he from a first-person shooter? No. Just thinking about the next one. Is he white-haired? No. Does he rap? No. Is he from a mobile game? Oh, hold on, we got the phone call here, so let's actually answer that. Matthew, you know what's up? Today's Kathy's funeral, right? Thinking of going, what about you? Well, I should go too, you need a ride? I'll walk there, let's meet at the cemetery, the service starts at 9:30 AM. Let's also actually go ahead and fade this out. It's not really needed anymore. It starts at 9:30 AM, even though we knew that already because of what Father Barton had told us, I think. But right after we get that phone call, let's quickly drag her to bed. But I'll take this moment, because we're gonna be moving a little bit more after this, now that that has actually happened. To see if I can get at least a fake, shitty reply from Akinator. Let's see. Is he from a mobile game? No. Oh, that was literally the last question before he gave a fake reply. His first guess was the meme, oof. So yeah, that's a no. I guess I'm gonna try to keep going for this again, why not? Is he from a shooting game? No. Does he go to school? Yes. Is he from a video game? Yes. Japanese? No. From Deltarune? Fuck no. Link with Nintendo? No. Associated with funk? No. Is he a teacher? No. Did you create him? No. Is he under the age of 10? No. Is his birth mother alive? I'm gonna say no, but I mean they never actually say what happened to his parents in this game, so... Hell if I know. Do you control him? Yes. Does he have powers? No. Does he have a last name? Yes. Does he wear a mask? No. Is he married? No. Does he wear a cowboy hat? No. Is he a student? Yes. Is he from Super Danganronpa 2? Well, that's an excellent guess, clearly, but no. Does he fight against monsters? No. Is he Mexican? No. Is he trying to solve a mystery? Yes, actually. So he really seems to think that it's a Danganronpa character now. He's asking a bunch of Danganronpa games now, and no, it's not. Does he have a female form? No. Is he from a 2D game? No. Is he from DC Comics? No. Is he linked with video games? I mean, he's from a video game, so I guess yes. Does he live in a school dorm? No. Does he fight? Yes. What is next guess? Oh, you're thinking of a rare character, what that could be. I guess this will be the final guess that I look at, because you're gonna start to ask me to fucking watch videos to not have to do fucking microtransactions, so fuck it. Let's move. It's now 6:45 a.m, but we need to go to the forest not much later than 7 a.m, so that we can actually check in on the bear hunt. And hey, what do you know? You know, that's right here. She just freaking showed up outside her shed. Even though we received that phone call from her already. By the way, the final guess from this fucking app was, if it ever loads, Rasputin Aquato from Psychonauts. Clearly, I'm gonna say no and just leave it at that, I guess. But yeah, clearly a very, very apt guess for the protagonist of this game, Ras Aquato. But I don't want to get, like, distracted by this, so I can actually input the thing now, if I choose to not keep going. I guess I'll do that. I can assume it's not on the list, and it's gonna be Matthew Williams, which there are apparently a few of. Apparently there's a Hetalia character called that, but it's not any of these characters, no. The other one is the founder of 1017 Alex 9SM, whatever the fuck that is. I have no idea. But no, it's not this one. Also, hello, Chocokeki. Did I just play Akinator? Yeah, I was waiting for time to pass in the game, so I figured why not. I mean, maybe I'll do it again if I end up with more chances for it. And I'm gonna put Mizzurna Falls as the description. Hello? Okay, there we go. I'll actually put this thing down now. Might actually find some clues if you go to Kathy's funeral, so yeah, she says the same thing that she told you already if you answered the phone call before. Which is, you should go to the funeral. And apparently, even if you answer that phone call, and she already told you that, she still shows up outside your shed, waiting for you to wake up before 7 a.m. just to tell you that. Which is perfectly normal, I mean. There's like every other thing that has come up in the game so far. But yeah, welcome Chokugeki to Mizzurna Falls, which is a very Twin Peaks-esque mystery. Hold on. What are we trying to do right now? I think we just are trying to get to the forest, so let me confirm which direction we're moving in. Go straight ahead, go past the bridge, and it's probably not too hard to figure out from there. But yeah, Twin Peaks-esque mystery and a precursor to certain games that have this kind of style of presentation and gameplay, like Shenmue, gameplay-wise, kind of the same kind of aesthetic, the same kind of open world-esque adventure thing going on. And more notably, stuff like Deadly Premonition, which actually took a lot more cues from this game specifically. One of which, not the least of which, being the fact that it was also heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, much like this was. But as to what's going on in the game right now, we believe that there's a grizzly bear in the woods that may have attacked some people, one of which died of shock in the hospital and another one of which went missing completely, so we're going into the woods right now, even though we're We've been told by many people that we're underage and it's too dangerous. But we want to help out, so clearly we can't just let that go. This guy needs to take a leak, but the forest is off limits, he says. Well, he doesn't want to let us through, so we oblige and we just step away. Now we're completely out of sight and earshot, so there'll be no harm in leaving my post for just one moment, I am sure. And sure enough, there he goes. But no, he immediately notices us when we try to go past, but doesn't notice us fast enough that we can run across the bridge and meet with these two people. Said this was off limits. But no, we still want Morgan to let us join. He still doesn't want to let us join, though. Killed a defenseless girl. Matthew can use a gun. I taught him myself. We know he was underage, ostensibly. But if Emma's out there, more people searching the woods the better, even though they specifically said that they had already done a sweep the previous day, and they tried to do one today with less people, so that, I don't know, it would be easier to locate the bear. Just don't do anything stupid. Well, you've got me here, so what could possibly go wrong? Well, gee, that was easy. We've joined this neighborhood watch vigilante hunting club for this particular operation. So how's it look? There's definitely something out there, it's close. Then us four should stick together. Time is against us. We need to split off and cover more ground. Nos is going with Morgan, and Matthew's coming with Cohen. And apparently we don't want him to have a gun. Is it more dangerous if he doesn't have a gun? Which seems like a fair argument. It's fine, he'll be with me, and I guess Cohen himself will have a gun. Meet back here in half an hour. If you spot the bear, shoot, but don't kill it. Unless you have to. Ideally we can just drive it away from the town. Now let's check the falls. Well, pretty sure that's gonna get turned on its head because of one of a couple of very unique sequences that we're gonna get in this game that's coming up briefly, but right now we're just following Cohen's lead to try and track this bear. With the suspense music kicking in again. Hey, what's up? Oop. Nothing to say so far, so you're very much going off the beaten path and into the trees. Better try to keep track of, you know, the directions you're moving in. This won't get confusing at all. No time for sightseeing, Matthew. Well, yeah, that's why I'm literally looking right next to you the entire time. I don't know if you notice that. And then I have to take a quick break from being able to walk in just one direction, but not that it matters. Oh. What do we got? But to feel that, never mind. If you don't find it fast, we'll be the ones being hunted. Well, he says, even though we haven't, I mean, we can have a fairly good advantage of the... Wait, what? Oh, hold on. I think we have to actually look around here ourselves. If we don't find something soon, we'll be the ones being hunted, but if we look over here, we can find these bear tracks. Must be the bear. So let's follow them. Let's, I guess maybe do the same thing from The Shining, where in an effort to preserve them, we step right over them. We duplicate the bear's steps with our own very accurate fashion. And hey, this tree seems unusually large. Don't have any immediate reaction to that yet, so... This is where I found Kathy. So this is where Kathy was. The big tree that was apparently surrounded by a ring of fire. I found her this place looked like a big altar. A ring of fire surrounded the tree with Kathy laid out in the center. Tracks lead this way. But we're not seeing anything in that direction, and he's just kinda standing in there and shrugging, which is pretty much your cue to actually find something on your own, such as maybe the gashes on this side of the tree. Scratches on the trunk. Claw marks. Probably from when Kathy was attacked. Gunshot in the distance, close by. Morgan and Nuss. Maybe they found something, so let's pick up the pace. Going over here. Let's try to keep track of the fact that if we want to go back, it's in that direction. Oh shit. But we can't stay too far away from him anyway. What's this over here? Very gory fawn corpse without a head. Only been there a few minutes. Its neck is pretty bare. Wonder what made it bare. Wonder if it could have been. Could have been the punching bear from King's Quest 5. Maybe. I think there was just a straight up blackberry in that game though, but nope, we need to quickly run back to the cabin now. So we switch over to the danger theme from this game. I don't think I've done a pretty good job of trying to remember which path led me here in the first place, so... Okay, the river's over there. And yeah, pretty sure we're being chased by the bear right now, too. But I don't think it has much of a chance of catching up if you just, like, immediately go the right way. Oh, but it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Well, let's get the fuck inside if we can. We need to align ourselves properly. Oh boy, that was actually kind of close. Actually see it like being kind of formed outside the cabin there, so as long as we're in here, let's grab the gun, which has no shells. Fortunately there's some shells right here. But it's locked, so we have to take matters into our own hands here. It's kind of an urgent situation. So you might be aware of how much Shenmue loves QuickTime events. And there's a fairly strong chance that, along with certain other things, they got that from here too, as we're about to find out. I think this game uses the directional stuff on the D-pad as part of the QuickTime events though, but it does have stuff like this. We're just shooting the bear about, well, many times, and sometimes we're failing to get our inputs to show up. And we get headbutted by the bear instead. But it's a good thing that Red Bear's not here to see this, at least. I did find it a little bit weird how I think if you get like all the inputs right, there's usually one bullet left over for some reason. On the bottom left there, unless I'm really misreading that. No, that time there must have one bullet left over, and that time. Looks like, yeah, well, you have more than one, that's usually what happens. Oh shit. Well, we messed up a few times, but I think we're gonna be fine. Even if we get mauled by the bear a few times. Oops, shit, come on. I thought I pressed that one first, the X. Gotta be very, very forceful with my inputs here. I'm just gonna lie down on its side there. Very casually after that. That extremely thorough spray of, like, I don't know, 200 bullets. During which time nobody else showed up to the cabin. Though a million gunshots ran out. And yeah, Cohen was punched by the bear, but apparently he is being taken to the hospital already. His injuries weren't too bad. I'm gonna end up like Kathy, I guess. Or so I believe. So this is what attacked her. Killed it like it was nothing, but I don't think we're gonna have a lot of time to get hung up over that. It wasn't evil, he just couldn't hibernate, like Nos said. He didn't deserve to die, but neither did Kathy. Animals kill to survive, humans kill out of stupidity. This was survival. If he was trying to survive when he attacked Kathy, he could have attacked Emma too. Yeah, this doesn't really make it clear what happened to Emma, if anything. That's enough philosophizing for one day, so let's go ahead and mourn the bear one more time. Which leads us to notice something else caught in its paw, around its claws. Can't quite get it though. At least not for a couple more seconds. A necklace. Isn't this the same design used by the Amohi? Was this Kathy's or maybe Emma's? Can't be Emma's, he always hated necklaces. So who did it come from? Well, we don't know, but I guess we're just gonna be handing that over to Morgan now. For him to look into it more. Yeah, not like Nos must know what to do with big game. Well, I guess that's it's probably a fair assumption, considering what he likes so far. Why not go check on Cohen at the hospital? Yeah, we should probably do that, but see you in a new light now. Anything more to say about the bear? I think we need to do anything else here, though. No. Just quickly check my notes, though. Alright, let's leave. Still have the suspense music even though we've succeeded in killing the bear. Hold on, is this the place that, the bridge that leads out of here? No, I don't think that's the bridge that leads out of here. Is it? Actually, is there more than one bridge around here? I think there is, yeah. Woods, Colorado, even though the way that the actual script, the actual text script translates is it says Barrows Forest. That's also kind of a clock tower reference. What did I have last night? Oh, do you need to go again? Well, I guess he's not gonna actually leave his post to actually go again this time, though. But he's also not standing in the same place as he was before. Right. Let's get out of here and do what they said and go to the hospital, which shouldn't be very far from here, I think. It's, we've been referencing the map for this, but I think we can literally see the hospital right now on the other end of the minimap there. Just need to drive around a little to get to it. Goodness. But here we are again at River Hospital. Matthew Williams. Who said that? I wonder if we could be the only other person that's on screen right now. You gawking at? Smoker's voice of yours isn't exactly soothing. Boy. Well, pardon me, Your Highness. Didn't know I was talking to a dainty little princess. Got any cigarettes? I mean, she asked us this already. Let me rephrase. Did you bring me cigarettes? You're as useless as a broken bedpan. Smoking kills you though, and yet you're still alive. I lived a lot longer than you, Sonny. But I was also born way after you. Don't forget it. Just ignore her. Well, just gonna shout that out again. It's my birthday on the 28th. Which is not for a couple more days. My party starts at evening, so make sure you stop by. You wanna know about Emma, don't you? So she's just blackmailing us with information. Come see me on my birthday, but don't come empty-handed. Well, not really blackmailing us, just holding that information hostage, waiting to be bribed for it. Shall I always watch as a boy who looks just like you? It isn't you, is it? Well, I don't know. I feel like there's not enough information to answer that question at this point, but let's see, we're here at the hospital, talk to Barbara, and we can maybe go visit Cohen? I mean, we were told to visit Cohen, even though I don't know if we can actually get in to see him at this point. Before we go there, I think it's pretty much in the same room where Kathy was at the start of the game. But if we go in here, I'm pretty sure this is Samuel's office. And apparently he may have more to say at this point. It was that bear. Was it that bear who attacked Kathy? But his wounds matched its claws. Can you tell if it attacked Emma? Well, I guess not from looking at the bear alone. From checking its stomach contents. Well, you will find Emma's entire body in the bear's stomach. Genius. Some scraps of clothing or flesh, well, who knows. Bear didn't attack Emma. If it had, her dead body would have surfaced by now. Or so he believes. Where's the bear's body? We're done examining it. I gave what was left to Nos. Can't fathom how you live with that creep. Well, just likes hunting and survivalist stuff. I guess he was probably excited at the prospect of, I don't know, dealing with a bear carcass. What do you think of my work clothes? Got a fine figure in this lab coat. Well, aren't you awestruck? You are, aren't you? Because that's all he's gonna say at this point. We got a little bit of extra information about the bear from him and how it apparently doesn't matter. And yeah, I think... No, not Samuel, not Nos. Cohen is supposed to be in one of these rooms now. Oh, shoot, hold on, if I can actually... I can actually phase the door without getting spun out of control. Okay, there's no one here. And the room across the hall from these three doors is where Barbara is staying, so it can't be that one. There's no one here either. Maybe you just can't find Cohen in the hospital just yet, even though he was supposedly taken here. Guess he might just be in an area where you can't get to at this point. Apparently we can't interact with that door at all, so I guess we'll just leave. I think it's necessary for us to actually make contact with Cohen again over here. Before the next thing, anyway. But hey, I might have a little bit of extra downtime again, since the next scene is gonna be at 9:30. It's gonna be the funeral. So let's, I guess, leave this place and go right over to the cemetery, which is very, very close to the hospital. As we may have seen before. Oh, there's someone else over there. I wonder if I can talk to her. Hold on. You going into the hospital? Do you have anything to say? I feel like having a drink tonight. Maybe I'll go to the bar if you get open at 8 PM. Okay, so you're a nameless person. That gives a little bit of background information, even though that's not really particularly useful since we knew that background information already. Well, here we are. The cemetery's right here. Just leave the car right there, I guess, and get inside. Just is in place with our running animation as we try to go inside. just wait for 9:30 for people to trickle in, I guess. We can loiter around the graves for a while. I guess we know that's here already, and Father. Didn't really know Kathy, but it's still so sad. I guess no one but maybe Emma really knew her, based on what we've learned. It's a tragedy, but we must carry on. Poor Sarah Prima's safe. We must carry on, says the guy whose adopted daughter died. I guess maybe this big slab is her grave. She gets preferential treatment because the priest is her adoptive father. But yeah. A little bit of time to kill while we wait over here, I guess. Don't think the same thing that I did before. Just gonna have different results. I guess I could just like spam. I think if you just spam the same obscure character guess that Akinator's never gonna get like enough times. He will eventually get it, but you just have to keep at it. I don't think I want to do that. But I could try this. There's like a few things that I have all the way at the end of it. Well, hold on, more people are showing up in this scene. It's Liz, the teacher. She had anything to say. Girl with her whole life ahead of her, taken so young. I guess some more people are gonna trickle into this scene for the actual time. So I'll keep an eye out for them, but I will also look at this. Tiny Room Stories Town Mystery is apparently a thing that I downloaded on my phone, I think only because I was looking into a bunch of different games to build my Adventure Games archive sheet thing. And I think what I heard about this game is that apparently you can play the whole game for free and download it for free on the phone, but if you want to play it on the computer... Oh boy, hold on. Play it on the computer, you gotta buy it. And I think that I was able to confirm that, yeah, it does have a Steam page, but I said oh boy just now because I tried to start it and apparently as part of the like opening animation / loading screen, it just decided to stop responding and crashed. And now it also, well, it seems to be doing the same thing again. Hold on, it's doing something now. Seems like a pretty fitting thing to have a company just standing around with one hand on my hip doing nothing. Okay, there we go. I can apparently play the game. It actually made it to the title screen this time. What are the settings in this game? I don't think I want to play 2 adventure games at once, especially when I'm streaming one of them, but I can change the graphics, the sound, music volume, and the language. I can delete my progress and I can report a bug. The available languages are English, Ruski, Polski, Francais, Espanol, it doesn't have the tilde over the end, so Italiano, Deutsch, Portuguese, which does have the tilde, which is weird, and I think that's Chinese, and I think that's... I actually don't know how to say Turkish in Turkish, but maybe Türkse. This is any approximation to how it's written versus how we know how to pronounce those symbols, but I guess I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't think I actually want to probe this anymore, but it's only like 4 minutes left in the game until the event, so I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm gonna be obscured by this giant obelisk behind me. There's usually only like 3 other people that showed up to the funeral. That's weird. Well, here we go. Well then, everyone. We're gathered in prayer today to deliver Kathy Flannery into the arms of the Lord. And also watch this beautifully animated crow. Hey, a few more people showed up. After we commit her body to the ground, so as she does the dust. The Lord bless and keep her, the Lord lift his countenance upon her and give her peace. Amen. Okay, there we go. Kind of started speaking very quickly there, but couldn't quite keep up. Do you know that girl? Okay, now we're in control of pacing of the text again. She's probably a friend of Kathy. Well, let's go talk to her, I guess. I suppose she's the only person around here that we don't know that's worth noticing. Is the only reason you came to get information? Well, of course not, but Emma and Kathy were connected, so we can't pass this up, surely. We have to be somewhat utilitarian about this. Well, I guess we intuitively know that her name is Loretta. You two weren't Kathy's friends, were you? That girl didn't have friends. Or anyone to trust. She looks over there. Where do you know Kathy? It's not like we were close or anything, just listened when she needed to vent. Gotta get going, I hate mornings. Well, that wasn't terribly informative. And apparently Barton calls her a bad seed. Even though she seemed to know Kathy well. As far as I knew, they didn't know each other at all. What's her name? Loretta. She lives around here somewhere. Guess we don't know where. But I digress. Kathy had friends like you, maybe this never would have happened. Or maybe something different would have happened. I pray Emma's safe. I guess that's all he has to say now, though. What about Winona? Is she also gonna, like, wait and ask for a ride again? Or I guess she just got here on her own that time. Wonder if Sarah's feeling any better yet. Need to think. To the park. Again, I guess she likes to go to the park to think. Mike doesn't like to go to the bathroom to think. And I think that game actually, yeah, I think Dark Seed 1 actually came out before this game, so I guess this game clearly must have been inspired by that. To give characters an unusual place where they can compound their thoughts. I guess he's just gonna walk all the way there. It's kind of far to the park from here, I'm pretty sure, but hey, it's you do you. I'm gonna keep using my horrible polluting medium. Know where I'm going yet, or next yet, though. Figure this out. So after the cemetery, we can go to the diner. We need to go. Yeah, we should go to the downtown area. See if I can figure out how to get there from here. It's just a matter of crossing the bridge again. We can hang out here. And we are right next to the diner now, and if we cross the street directly across from here, we can go to Noss's General Store, which apparently we might have some reason to hang out again, or hang out at, in the near immediate future. See if Lorraine has anything to say. Have you seen Mel? Well, not today. Been acting weird all morning, like he's on edge. But I guess he's always on edge. Point taken. Can't get a hold of Mel. He's probably just cruising the streets. I guess that's all she has to say. Yeah, sure, let's get a bite to eat. Not like we're in a hurry or anything. Daily special is rice. It was grits the previous day. Fried rice. Honestly, I think fried rice can just get kind of boring if you eat it all the time. Becomes a generic filler food. How we get something else? I mean, nobody got something. How about another? How about, we got coffee before, I guess we can just get milk. It's a little bit less conspicuous to get milk from here than it would be to get it from the bar. Doesn't look like regular milk, is that like chocolate milk? I would hope. Or it's just like the same model for the coffee, so it's literally just fake. Oh, that was fun. Well, let's get out of here and I guess just wait around near the general store. Seems we should probably go there at around 10:30. Let me quickly also make a quick paranoia save state there. I would like to imagine that I won't actually need any of those, but I don't know. I guess we don't have to wait until 10:30 actually, we can just do this now. Oh, here's Nos. Just talk to him from behind the counter maybe? Oh, not. We're right at the counter. Check your mailbox more often than to get stuff like last time. If you didn't already find the flyer for the car service, which you can find right at the beginning. Shall we take a look here? Different brands of cigarettes are on display. Wellington, Red Apple, and Blue in the Face. That crowd is a lot of things, but subtle isn't one of them. Does she even care which kind? I don't know. Certainly wouldn't care, because I wouldn't just wouldn't take any of them. Blue in the Face. This is a popular brand. Will do. You start smoking? Well, of course not, says I, the one who is actually selling these things and stocking them. Ooh, Barbara, she smokes like a chimney, all right. Try not to feel for the poor woman. Well, what happened to her? Well, shouldn't be gossiping. It happened over 40 years ago, after all. Better hear it from the horse's mouth. But I guess he's gonna shut up about that now, even though he's the one who brought it up in the first place. Yeah, there we go, we have cigarettes now, and he keeps on saying that. I wonder if he says anything different if we talk to him from inside. Wouldn't necessarily count on it if we could even trigger him to talk. Which doesn't seem like it's happening right now. Never mind. Well, now that we've done that, hold on. Try to figure out what we want to do next. So we can go back to the sheriff's station and repeat the same silly stunt that we did the previous day. And maybe also find something different. I think there's a few different places in the town. There's at least a church and the police station where you can find the bulletin boards that tell you like more news and what have you. But I don't know what the other places would be. So we have to make a complete 180 to get back over there, do we? Yeah. We have to do that, but we don't have to cross the bridge. Have to go under this bizarre rock bridge-like structure though. Arch. Wonder what the deal is with that. You know, near the end of Shenmue 2 you find some like naturally formed rock bridges that you have to walk over, and if you miss a step you die. Also Winona's coming over here. What a coincidence. You gonna stop at the no, maybe she's not gonna stop at the police station. She says she's going to the park. I guess we'll just stand right here and be carried along for a moment. Oh, come on. I'll try to get into the sheriff's department, which, I mean, from what I've seen, the shape of the building in this game and in Deadly Premonition seem pretty similar to each other, but also feels like they're also pretty similar to the shape of the sheriff's building in Twin Peaks, so that's probably the source of that. Yes, there's a lot of sheriff's buildings that just look like that. Didn't they find any clues about Emma? Well, they didn't find Emma's corpse, so that's probably a good sign, I would say. You're a real big game hunter, killing a bear all by yourself. And yeah, poor bear. If only it had just been scared off, but I don't know if it would have been scared off, considering that it came running after him. And even though we did this once already, just show her the memo again. It's 9 PM motel. That's enough now, okay, okay. Because she only reacts like that once, it's like, what are you suggesting, bucko? Bear that attacked a young woman found and killed. Today at 8:40 AM, the bear that attacked local teen Kathy Flannery, 16, yesterday morning was located and shot by the town's volunteer hunting party, by which we mean one person, who wasn't even initially slated to accompany them. Volunteer Cohen, Strasbourg, 55, sustained minor injuries during the hunt and was hospitalized. Oh, here comes Morgan. He's just gonna go to his office. Doctors say his condition is stable and he's expected to make a full recovery. And what about the town talk? Lead workers of Aston Farm are lobbying for company housing to be rebuilt, so they're going even louder now. At present, these buildings have no running water and the power frequently goes out. They are not safe to live in. Please report some petitioning company president Dennis Aston for acceptable living conditions. We demand to be heard. Well, I guess I wonder if they'll ever have any success in that. We're gonna find out over the course of this. Did he go in here? Oh, jeez. They're spitting out of control. Did he go in here or did he go into his own office? I think we have a little bit of extra time before the next event, so might as well look into that while we're here. Well, he's not here either, so never mind. Just back out of here. And I guess let's just leave this place. And maybe start making our way over to the next place, which it might take us a hot minute to actually get there, so let's go. Start with that. Let's just go ahead and check the map. We have to go back over to the church, meaning that I guess we can just take the south route to get there in a more or less straightforward fashion. Stick to the south end of town, which will probably imply going next to the park. Yeah, the park is over here. And I guess we did hear that apparently Winona was going to the park, so I don't know, maybe we can meet with her briefly while we're over there. We're in the area. Did she get to the park yet? Well, only one way to find out. I think that, yeah, we do see her like spawn in the background when we go into the park, so that's probably a pretty clear indication that she probably is right here. And there she is. So, what are you thinking about? Wish I could have been there for you. I was no help to her, not at all. Well, that's not very fruitful, but that's not very surprising, since we don't really have to talk to her or anything. But we can still show up and just witness her being defeatist. It's kind of weird. I'm pretty sure that the music that shows up in the park is also one of the free roam themes that only triggers during a certain time of day. But it's not the one that matches like whatever time of day it is now, because I do remember vaguely making some note about the time, or not time, the music in this game and like what places and what times it plays, but I think there's like 4 different free roaming themes. There's this one, which I assume is the morning one. There's one that plays very early in the morning, like from 6 AM or something until 10 or thereabouts. There's one that plays in the afternoon, and there's one that plays in the evening until like midnight. And then between midnight and I think 6 AM it's just silence. But I'm not sure which of those the one that plays in the park was. I'm guessing that that probably always plays in the park if they're playing at that time. Let's see what these guys have to say now. Feel bad for the folks living up in Cohen. This road ain't gonna be clear for a while. Sheriff Morgan got plenty steamed up about this. His house is just up the road a ways. Understand how it feels though. Hey bro, how's the progress? No way can we get this done by tomorrow, so he says. Huff, huff, huff. I guess that means that it's gonna, like the road is gonna be open, not on the 27th, but on the 28th probably. But not a moment sooner than that. As yeah, it's kinda hard to, or easy to forget about the fact that we actually are clearing the road out, and it will be clear eventually. But when it does actually get clear, it can be a more convenient path to follow than just going the long way all the time like we're doing right now. I don't think we're gonna get to the church quite by 11:30 on the dot, but that's fine, I assume. Let's dodge the trees, or try to. A little bit. Let's make the attempt. Let's witness one guy on a motorbike, which is probably a slightly less common sight than just seeing more of these cars go by. There seem to be a lot of black cars and black vans just going around back and forth. So it must be a popular color. You know, when I was in middle school, I want to say middle school or high school or just that general period of time. Be like some teachers who would say, hey, did you know that, have you ever wondered why people who live in the desert wear like a light white colored fabric? It's because apparently white fabric is a lot better at letting like heat circulate through it and not just stagnate. And if you wear black colored fabric, then it's a lot harder for that to happen, which is why it gets very hot at, I don't know, death metal concerts or something. And I don't know, that just kind of stuck out to me because a lot of people who would wear, I don't know, t-shirts with bands on them all the time listened to that explanation and they said, yeah, it all makes sense now. So let's see what we got in here. Holy Father, grant the child eternal rest. Lord, please forgive the child of her sins and forgive me of mine. I was confessing my sins to the Lord. I assume that by child you mean Kathy. Well, yes, yeah. Seems to be pretty forward about it right now. We humans live under the burden of our own sins. By dying, she has been released from this burden and will never sin again. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. When I think of it that way, perhaps it was a blessing that she died. Well, that's not creepy at all. How can you say that? No, Matthew, that's normal. You're the one who always says that. From birth until death, we must choose our own way to live. Either we live purely or we collect sins like scars. I guess you would know about that. Wink. And that child. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Yeah, that seems like a completely normal conversation to just bring up and then bail out of like that. Humans are inherently sinful creatures. It is only through prayer that we can be cleansed. Hold on, is there anything else that I need to do in the church now that I've gotten that interesting little high weight. Is this the guy with the long neck that... Aren't you just looking at the... Oh, work. That kind of came out of nowhere. Well, there's this guy. I didn't realize that the guy with the long neck was the guy who said this, but I did find this quote in the first time that I played this game. There's absolutely no context for this quote, but hey. You sure can find that. And then I'm still saying the same things, so I better check my notes real quick again. Let me see. Okay. Ooh. Actually, we probably are gonna have to quickly go back to the rest of the town. Not really hang around here. Honestly, one of the things that we might have to do is gonna be on the clock, so I didn't mess up by like not getting here super punctually. Don't think I did, but still. Ever thought about what you said about metal concerts and black clothes? I mean, I just remember that being like a thing that came up back when I was in school. I'm not sure exactly what the science behind it is, but if you assume it to actually be true, then based on what word am I looking for? Based on the examples that they mentioned for that, it does seem fairly compelling. I feel like it would be more dependent on like the actual, I don't know, microscopic makeup of the fabric itself, other than the color necessarily, unless you make the assumption that it's a little bit like artificial light and how certain colors are only made possible by a very specific and very potent application of energy, which is the reason why if you look at blue LEDs, they are so much brighter than pretty much every other color of LED. Apparently it's just incredibly bizarre and unusual that blue LEDs are able to exist at all, but they need like to be so much brighter than everything else just to exist the way they were designed. I guess you could maybe extrapolate that to fabric and different colors, and thinking that, yeah, if it's gonna have this hue, that kind of implies that the way that the fabric is constructed is gonna be a little bit different. But I don't know. I mean, don't quote me on any of this. I don't really have a source that I can refer you to that would be anything too concrete, but let me see. We do have to come back here to the general store and check. Well, we already got the cigarettes, but after we've come back here, we can check the counter area again. Some lighters on sale. Textbook impulse buy. Indeed. Maybe you just want to feed into your latent paramedic impulses, even if you don't smoke. Uncle's not around, right? Well, this could come in handy later. Just take a lighter and leave some money in the cash register. The perfect crime. I will purchase a product and leave all the money that it is worth. I am very devious. So we've got the lighter. At least cross out of the list. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and do another quick paranoia save with the old save states. And we better keep moving. Let's see. If I check the map, we need to get over to Emma's house, which is... I guess we better just do a 180 here. That's on the left side, the west side, I guess. And that's not quite where we're facing now. I think we have to go this way. I think if we go this way, we're going west right now. Are we? Shall we check the map again? Yeah, we are. Okay. Well, I mean the landslide and the road that goes up to the places up on the mountainside. Those get cleared eventually, but I'm pretty sure that the broken bridge that's on the north side of this crossing never actually gets fixed. It's just broken forever. Or at least it's not nearly as much of a detour as the other one. Alright, here we are. Get to a place that has even more of these dense buildings. We can get here and witness this completely inconspicuous motorcycle that we have never seen before outside the house, and did come here after 12:20, which is apparently a potential hazard if you come here before that. But I guess we don't have to worry about that. Thank you for coming. Oh. Oh my god, Midnight's raiding. Joining in some Mizzurna Falls tonight. Thank you for the raid. What's going on with you fellas? Let me find out what you were playing. But yeah, anyone here doesn't know the Midnights, they are friends of the stream for quite a long time. Midnight, here we go. Playing some Sunset Overdrive. I do believe they do quite a bit of indie games and some interesting new releases from time to time on their channel. Which is pretty interesting. They've also got the whole VTuber thing going on, if I'm not mistaken. Always nice if that's up your alley, but yeah. Hello, Teppa. And good evening. And sure as well, welcome in. How was Sunset Overdrive? I believe that I've heard that, but I'm not entirely familiar with what kind of game that would be. Maybe you can tell me about that a little bit. But over here right now we're doing Mizzurna Falls, which is kind of an open world adventure game that's a bit of a precursor to stuff like Shenmue and Deadly Premonition, but that never actually got an international release or any kind of a translation until earlier this year. Not playing it right now since it's pretty Christmas themed. Not really Christmas themed, just happens to take place around Christmas, but it feels appropriate. Well, rather than a girl being dead like in Twin Peaks, there's a girl missing. That's what we're dealing with right now. Oh boy, dealing with that and also with the engine being a little too sometimes overwhelmed by the fact that there's so much stuff going on. The complexity of the world is too powerful for a PS1 game, sometimes. To my orc again. There's been quite a bit going on. Elgo's a little bit restless tonight, it seems. In a blast kind of like open world Ratchet and Clank with parkour. Sounds kind of interesting. I want to say that the name Sunset Overdrive sounds vaguely familiar to me as like maybe something that I would have looked at briefly as part of my Adventure Games archive thing, but I don't know. Open world Ratchet and Clank with parkour. Actually about to finish it tonight, but tried to fast travel during the last fight and fucked myself and lost all my progress in the final mission. Oof. I mean, I can definitely relate to that kind of sentiment as... I mean, hopefully not like all your progress in the game overall, but... It have some hard drive issues recently, so I can definitely relate to that kind of thing. Ended up losing some stuff. And ended up losing a save completely off a game that I was streaming, but... And I will hopefully be able to get back to at some point. But before I keep going here, I should probably try to figure out what I'm doing. We're at Emma's house. And we're speaking to Sarah, who is Emma's mom right now, right? Kathy's funeral was earlier. It was a nice service, which apparently she missed. But I guess Steve didn't miss. I don't think we saw Steve at the funeral, though. I begin to imagine how Father Barton must feel. Praying for Emma's safety, apparently quite fervently. Just a long final mission. Alright, that's better at least. Well, speaking of Shenmue, which, as I mentioned, pretty much was one of the series that was partially inspired by this game, took inspiration from the other gameplay. I was actually playing the final part of Shenmue 2 a couple days ago. By a couple days ago, I mean literally last night, not any later than that, or earlier than that. And there's like a weird mechanic in that where you, like you have to do the fight that's pretty much the final boss in that game, and after that you have to do like 4 quick time events in a row, but if you miss any of them you have to redo the whole fight, so it's kind of obnoxious, but at least it's not too bad. You can cheese that fight fairly easily if you know what you're doing. But it can just kind of be obnoxious to have to redo stuff like that. Emma's disappearance might not be connected to Kathy after all. To start from scratch and re-examine everything with fresh eyes. Can't leave any stone unturned. Well, let's take a look at Emma's room. I think I should take another look at it now that I've calmed down. I think she's, by her own admission, or by her own account, I guess I should say, down now. Now that it's been more than 24 hours since her daughter went missing. I wanted to say her daughter died, but no, that was a different character, so let's head upstairs. We can go a few different places in here, actually, not just the daughter's room. Check the door that's right next to the stairs. We apparently can't do anything if we check the other door that's not quite right next to the stairs, but that is on that same wall. It's the bathroom. If we check the sink, something's clogging the drain. It's a ring. The initial I is engraved on it. Was this Emma's, and why would it have a letter I on it if that was the case? Don't know what it is, but I suppose we're taking it for now. Ring with engraved I. And I'm pretty sure that Emma's actual room would be one of these. This one right here even. And as I'm sure Matthew will agree, it's a perfectly normal appearance for a room to have. To be obsessively white in every possible way. Pretty sure that out of all the things that are in here, we're supposed to check this little dresser over here, especially, but it even has the picture from the beginning of the game on top of it. Well, maybe she has something to say. No? Well, hold on. We went into the bathroom, we found the ring. Maybe near here? Yeah, there we go. There's a vase with no flowers in it, which clearly is more important. Something at the bottom of the vase, which you would think would be easier to notice given that it looks like the vase is transparent. No, we didn't. We found the key. You know what this key is for? Don't think it's one of the house keys. I feel like I've seen this type of key somewhere before, have we? Actually, not even sure if I know what he's talking about, but... Alright, we found that key. I guess with this key in hand, we don't really have anything more to do in this place in the immediate present, so let's take a quick step out of here. And we found these other 2 items to add to our collection. We might end up missing an optional scene because of progressing in a super optimized fashion, that's fine. Ring and key on hand, we can leave this place and go back to, I think, the police station? Yeah, sheriff's department. Oh goodness, hold on. Might actually have to hurry. Been kind of taking it easy after the end of the previous day, but might be a few more actually time-sensitive things going on. Yeah, not screwing myself over by taking it a little bit easier this time. But let's see if I'm right about how to get to the police station from here. If I read the map correctly, you might say. Let's head through here. Let's take a right after we go past the bridge. And let's head inside. Okay, we know what's here. And this is who we were trying to get here in time to meet, so I think we're good. There's something I can do to help. So worried about Emma that I can't sleep. Well, might be able to identify some of the stuff that we're carrying around, like the ring. It's in Emma's house clogging the sink. Could have been lost or hidden on purpose. There's the initial eye engraved on it, and apparently her mom doesn't know what it's about at all. We don't know anyone whose name begins with an I. Maybe it's a group or a place. So we don't know. I mean, pretty sure that doesn't imply that there isn't anyone in the town whose name begins with an I. Actually, we might have already met someone like that, if you recall, but this is apparently a locker key. Yeah, that wasn't really mentioned by him any time during the game, but the lockers at school. If you take that into consideration, I suppose it would make sense that he would say that, yeah, looks familiar. We're off for a weekend, you already forgot everything about our school. Well, found that in Emma's room. We should check her locker for clues, and I guess we're going together. Actually, I'm gonna be busy for the rest of today, so let's do it tomorrow. Alright, I guess that's the plan. And show her the key. She gets to see important bits. I don't know if we can show her anything else. I might show her the stuff that we found in Mel's room. 9 PM motel. She had a room at the motel for some reason. There's something fishy about that. So I guess when we hand this to her, she doesn't interpret it as a proposition. And hey, look, I got some cigarettes. This will kill you when he finds out you're smoking. Well, no. Not for me, and I guess that's where we're gonna leave that for now. Therefore, an old lady who apparently won't tell me anything unless I give her cigarettes. And now we can get to the high school, I think, by the time that it's 11:30 for another optional scene. And it's just down this road, so maybe we can make it. Let's see. Well, yeah, let's sit right here. Over to the right as before. Get into the library building. Into Mizzurna Falls High School. And because we got here before 11:30, I think we can find James in the library, I think. Should be hanging around here. Maybe. Let me check the notes again. For then you'll sooner. I don't know where he is actually. Might as well do a quick paranoia save in case it turns out that I can't find him, but I don't know. Yes, I'm gonna check the other part of the hallway. I mean, he wouldn't be in this staff room, surely. I actually have no idea where he is, if he's even around here. I thought it would be, but I suppose it's an optional scene anyway. Or as part of the same optional scene, we can go and actually talk to Liz, who is in the staff room, and who we can actually see. He would have been, like, outside. I guess maybe I can look for him. Well, I'm not. But... I want to ask about Emma. I was close with her, but so was my grandmother. We often had these long chats about when she's in the hospital right now for her bad feet, which, of course, she just feeds into. Alright, that was not really something that brought any new information in, but at least we had a chat. Let's see if we can catch sight of James on the outside of this place or something. He's just not here at all. He might just not be here at all. I might have been japed by the description. Well, at any rate, I guess we've pretty much given up on that. But now that we've seen that, we can go all the way back to Emma's house. I mean, I say all the way back to Emma's house, but it's not really that far. Nothing in this town is really that far. Might as well take this road to go to where the bridge is again. I don't know if going near these houses back here, like near the high school, is any less intensive on the engine than going to the actual center of town, which is where I think the most objects are in this game. But actually, hold on, aren't I moving south at this point? I think I'm moving away from where I want to go. But never mind, I'm actually going about which direction I was going in. Where are we going? We're going back to the houses. Emma's house. Oh, it's up here. And if we get here by 2 PM, which is right now, we can see Mel showing up over there. It's just on the outside though. Streets. Just leave me alone. Yep. Not dodgy at all ever see him just walking away from this place and ostensibly getting off his bike again, which is parked right there. Oh damn, this game had some ambition to it. Pretty much. Ended up inspiring games that ended up releasing more than 10 years after it. And ended up having a similar scale of gameplay and just realization of pretty much everything that happened in the game. Pretty much a shame that this never actually left Japan back in the day, but at least we're able to have it now. And to appreciate all the things that the influence that came after it. But let me see. Okay, so even if you know, being pretty much the first of its kind of realizing this specific type of thing in this kind of scale, which is pretty incredible that it was possible at all in the PS1. And not like done by I don't know, I guess as a project, as a larger project that had more bike into it, I want to say. Maybe as a bit of a... Oh god, how do I finish that thought? Really bad at finishing my thought right now. I guess the kind of backing that would have... you would have expected of like an actual huge series had grown at the time. I don't think this game had that kind of backing, and yet this was made possible. Impressive. It's probably the best way of putting it, the way that I want to. But right now we're just kind of stalling because I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to try to go into the house until 2:30. Or a little bit later. Seems to be a recurring theme I've noticed, like with Sweet Home and survival horror. Yeah, I suppose that's one example. You can also look at well, speaking of survival horror, there's also the first Clock Tower game, which is actually made by the same people who, or at least the same company that developed this game, Human Entertainment. I'm not sure exactly how the PS1/PC adaptation of that game worked, but okay, I think. But at least the original Super Nintendo release never actually left Japan. The day, I'm pretty sure. Though it was also a pretty solid early example of the genre being explored, as it would come to be known in the future. But here we are. Sars will be in Emma's room, and it's Steve again. I wanted to thank you. Because of you, Sarah's doing much better. But it's worrying that she still refuses to leave the house. Before changing the subject, but did you know Kathy? I heard her around the church a few times, but we never spoke. I didn't really know her. I think she and Emma were acquainted. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I saw the two of them together, though. I keep hearing that they were probably together the night that one of them got attacked and the other one disappeared. I'm sure Emma would have mentioned it to either me or Winona if they were friends, but oh well. I've seen that hooligan Mel with Kathy before. I mean, Mel came out of this house a little while ago, in front of the bar though. I was shocked, to be honest. Didn't take her for the type to be out drinking at night. Didn't see anything. I was her age once, you know what it's like. Maybe I should've. Not that that would necessarily help too much in the here and now. Perhaps Emma and Kathy were more alike than I thought. Oh goodness. Did Sarah find something out? That have anything to do with the fact that Mel left the area? Just before we got here. Well, apparently we brought the police over, so that's a good sign. I think I've calmed down now. I guess Winona decided to come over as well. Not that I would say that there's any immediate explanation for why she ended up here, but there's no signs of forced entry in Emma's room. And yet, seeing things. So just based on those words, we can kind of assume that she thought she saw a stranger in Emma's room, which is maybe yet another bit of a nudge to Twin Peaks and Sarah Palmer seeing a certain somebody in a couple of scenes. Didn't get a good look at him, but I'm certain someone was in there. I could feel it. And sure enough, when I looked in, the window was open just barely. Anything missing? Well, I guess we don't know, but I don't really know what it usually looks like except very white all over. Maybe we can take a look. Can't believe a high schooler is taking this more seriously than the damn sheriff. Well, this is video games and fiction, so shouldn't be that surprising. No, terrifying. Also, when did you get here? I guess he's not gonna comment on that at all. But yeah, I guess another example of very early and influential stuff from video game genres that never left Japan would be stuff like Protopia serial murders and Amicom Detective Club for visual novels. Just to name another one, like there's even a Japanese game for like the old home computers like PSX type stuff, PC-88 and what have you, called Star Arthur Legend, that some people consider to be the first point-and-click adventure game ever made, yet that one was never translated in any capacity. Wasn't this test close shot before, though? Oh yeah, yes it was. But there's nothing in it now. That drawer's always locked. There apparently she kept her diary in there. Once I tried to open it and Emma got furious at me. Her diary was stolen by a mysterious burglar who we totally don't know who it could have been. That was in here earlier, I guess. Maybe he'll take you more seriously, but who would want her diary? Oh, indeed. And for what reason? Let's see, what are we up to now? Let's see. Okay. So we should be on our way out now. I suppose a crush for this game that I was kind of starting to talk about earlier, but kind of lost my thought, as I tend to do. Is also the fact that it's you pretty much have to follow a pretty specific series of events to actually get to the good ending in this game, but it's actually really, really difficult to figure out unless you just play it lots of times or just use a walkthrough. And I feel like other games that came after this one, that this one did inspire, were a little bit more lenient about that kind of thing. Like Shenmue is pretty lenient about that kind of thing, and so is Little Premonition, I'm pretty sure. Just to name the two foremost examples that keep coming up. What are these people? They're breaking out to Roland's house. Old man Perry really did see the burglar. Seriously, Perry was raving about it earlier. Saw someone climbing out of the Roland's second floor window. He's half senile, always spewing some kind of nonsense. Lives just behind Roland's house, but he usually spends his time at the park. And apparently she's the only one here that we can actually talk about. Talk to, I mean. Not talk about. Even if I am talking about her in a slightly more meta sense. But yeah, we'll learn about that guy. I think we have a little bit of time to... yeah. That we can use before the next event that I think I know we have to be ready for, so we can pretty much follow up on what that woman just told us about and go to the park. I think we will. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I've been doing that a few times before, but I pretty much slipped out of my mind. And there we are. So let's see, I can cross the bridge and just keep saying south, so keep heading in the same direction and we'll be good. Should be pretty simple getting to the park that way. Park where I'm pretty sure that what we're about to do will also unlock a certain minigame option we do at the end of each day, which is pretty much one of the more jocular parts of the game. With one of the clunkier mechanics, unfortunately, but probably something worth checking out regardless. And showing off if we're just going through this whole game. I just with a cell phone. What year was this? Good question, actually. I mean, this game came out in '98, so I guess we just kind of assume. Is this the way that I wanted to go? No, it isn't. Hold on. Came to the wrong place. Just kind of assume that it was someplace or some year that was not very far off from that. And it is. I'm pretty sure it's presented as an appropriate brick-like model, and the dude in the game is a high schooler, but I'm pretty sure that he would be a senior in high school at this point. And also, hold on, is this a park? Park where apparently several cars are stopped here. Even though they don't usually show up. Or, they don't usually show up here. Even though that entryway into the park isn't usually that crowded with cars, or at all with cars, actually. It was kind of unusual. But hey, we made it to the park. Let's see who's hanging around here. It's the guy with the weird neck and glasses. So cold you could catch your death, as my mom used to say. Guess we can just keep running into this guy. Where's this man's? Old Man Perry. Are you Old Man Perry? Are you Old Man Perry? This time even louder. Apparently that's him, yeah. You saw someone climbing out of the Roland's window. Saw him too? No. Do you remember what he looked like? Quite clearly, well. Was dressed like that guy from that slasher movie. Was it called the one with the killer with a big machete war mask? Well, it's a pretty famous movie. Jason was the spitting image of Jason, wasn't he? Which pretty sure will actually be a fairly relevant thing to hear at this point. Better in the future, but I just said I didn't see him. But Jason must live in the Roland's house, hiding inside the walls, maybe. Yep, cracked the case. Mystery solved. Get hungry though. In that movie, the boy. I see Jason's motorcycle outside the diner all the time. Pretty good, huh? No, but apparently we're just gonna completely disregard that. Even though that's gonna turn out to be a more apt description than we realize initially. I don't know what this guy's mopping about, but I guess we'll just leave him to it. Oh, right, this isn't our car. That's usually where we would have left our own car, though, if that space was actually open. That's why I was confused. Let me see. Where are we going next? We can go to the high school. I'm pretty sure we have to go to the high school, which is in the same area, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'll drive through here this time. Going well. The only building that I can actually get into in this place, at this point at least. Not to say that the other building will be completely out of sight forever, but out of reach, I guess. Well, let me check the notes a bit more closely. We can check this poster outside the staff room again. By again, I mean the first time. Poster for the full moon dance that they had at the start of the month. Hasn't anyone taken it down yet? Well, want to volunteer? Call the party planning committee at Circle X Square. Well, shall we do that? Maybe. Like we have anything better to do. No one's picking up. Well, too bad. At least we should have that number saved up in our notebook now. Might as well confirm that. Or not. I guess we better make a note of it, though. I didn't note that number in the little thing that I wrote. I guess I'll actually do that now. Triangle, okay, better of this. I think this had any triangles, it was just circle X square, meaning that I will need to write it like this. Perfect, right. Just for the sake of being thorough, you know, make sure that I'm gonna need this. Not at any point in the distant future, but just right now. But first I will have to talk to... I guess Hudson is also in the building. Liz is leaving right now, but... this person is here. Miss Holly, Kathy's homeroom teacher. We were told about by Liz, probably enough. I'd like to ask you some questions about Kathy, if that's alright. You weren't her boyfriend, were you? No, it couldn't be. Oh my. Well... what kind of a girl was Kathy? I guess we're just immediately discounting that possibility with that response. Not sure she had anyone you could call a friend. Never once saw her making small talk with anyone, but she avoided others. But not out of shyness. She isolated herself like she was staying alone on purpose. Tried to talk to her, told her she ought to make friends, said it would be good for her. Know what she said? The only friends I need are my father and the Lord. That's kinda creepy. Well, she didn't sound like she believed it, like she was trying to convince herself, not me. She was always alone at school. One day she joined the full moon dance planning committee out of the blue, wouldn't you know it? Shocked, but I was all for it, so did that go well for her? She quit the committee soon after joining. She went back to her usual lonely self. Wonder what possessed her to join at all. Still don't understand her. But at least she never hurt anybody. Well, let's get out of here. One more time, at least, out of this particular room. Let's try that phone number one more time. Maybe in light of this new information, they will actually pick up this time, clearly. Yep, hello, who's calling? Were you on the party planning committee? The one this month? Yep. I asked if Kathy was also a member. Hey, Flannery. She joined, but she wasn't much help. She never did anything. When I asked her why she even joined, know what she said? I'm just doing this to piss off my father. Well, her dad thinks a dance party on a full moon is devil worship. She said it's because there's a mural in the basement of the church showing Satan praying to the full moon. Well then. Oh, that's normal. You know what it is, Matthew, that's normal. No big surprise, but she was a tough nut to crack. Well, there we go. That was pretty enlightening, you might say. We learned about a mysterious mural on the bottom of the church that apparently might have some dodgy connotations. Don't know exactly where it is, though. There's not too much left. Let's get out of here. Too much left on this day, so... we'll be wrapping up before too long, I think. Let's bounce one more time. It's actually nighttime now, I guess. It's not really nighttime, it's 5 PM. I guess in a couple of other hours it'll be nighttime, but... feels like nighttime just because... I guess this is the afternoon exploration track. That would be the one that usually plays in the park, I guess. I wasn't paying attention to which track was playing in the park when we got there. A little while ago. Let's head up from here, north from here. Back into the town. And, oh goodness, alright. Back into the town where we have to get the next event, but which we won't actually be able to trigger quite yet, because much like with waiting outside the house before. I'm sure that'll be no problems leaving my car park right there. Much like before, we have to wait a little bit, or else we risk the event not showing up properly, so gotta wait just 10 more minutes until 5:30. Don't think there's much that I could accomplish in that meantime. Go walk around over here and... where's that say across the street? Community place. Right. Community place seems like a pair of words that used to describe something that are helpful and very unhelpful at the same time. Like, yeah, it's a place, that's a community place, but what happens at the community place exactly? That's it reveals presumed purpose, but doesn't really elaborate what that purpose would actually entail, I would say. Now let's see, shouldn't be much longer to wait here. 5:30. We're supposed to see something happening at 5:30, I thought. Hang on, let me figure out exactly what. Alright. Now we're supposed to see somebody go in at around 5:30, but I haven't actually seen it happen yet. Oh, here he comes. Alright. Here comes our best friend in the whole world. Maybe talk to him before he gets in there. Going to the diner. You got a problem with that? Well, I guess not. Maybe more like 5:35. She actually gets in there. But now that we've seen him go in, I guess I will make a quick paranoia save in case anything weird happens. Ooh, and hear like, I suppose, echoey airplane noises from outside. I've had my window open today, even though it hasn't been super noisy. Oh jeez, it's just getting louder. It's gonna be down anytime soon. That's just very obnoxious. I think it's actually dying down now, at least. Sure is nice to have like a big echo thing right outside your window. So what's going on in here, though? You're crazy. It's the only way, he says. You can't be serious. Sure. I'll come back later, just think about it. Well, what was that about? Well, apparently she's not gonna open up about that. Seemed angrier than usual in that saying something. Do you want to talk to me about something else, or do I have to? No, I guess I have to see her from behind the counter again. Let me see. Is there anything else that I have to do in the diner here? Okay, well, you actually come over here if I signal you as a paying customer. Of course you will have to come here, yeah. And there was a break-in at Emma's. Was anything taken? Apparently her diary was missing. Who would want that? I don't know. Certainly nobody that we've seen anytime recently. Maybe it's linked to her disappearance. But I guess that's all she has to say about that. Well, let's actually get some food. Why not? Let's get... already got the rice special earlier. Let's get some chicken. Just fried chicken for just $5. Of course, it's not an entirely bizarre proposition for a plate, though. But even so, it seems like it would be a very good deal. And hey, the protesters are still here. I already got a phone number from them. I don't know if we can get a different one. This is the only card we have to play. Mr. Aston is being a real ass. His number is that, which I'm pretty sure we already have. Might as well confirm that in the notebook here. Yeah, that is his house. So we already have that number. It's not I have it written down as the number for Mel, but I don't think that's quite right. It's just the number for Mel's house, but it's not just his house. Also, the music comes on right as we're about to leave. I might as well listen to it for a moment while I confirm things. I guess I'm also gonna correct my notes here too. Well, now that I've done that, well, there's a couple more things that we have to actually witness, and then there are a few optional scenes after that, but I guess we will try to get them as well. So let's see. Have to go back over to the sheriff's place, which means we have to just take the turn here and don't cross the bridge. Instead, just keep going in the same direction. That's the most straightforward way of getting there. See Hudson through the wall, even though he was at the school earlier for some reason, or so it seemed. Well, here we go. We got a response this time, presumably not just from Hudson. And talk to Morgan some more, maybe if we can actually, you know, talk to him and get him to back into his own desk. Necklace Kathy's. Apparently Father Barton gave it to her, really. According to him, she gave it to someone else, he doesn't know who. And how did the bear get it? Kathy must have gotten it back, then the bear got the necklace caught in its claws when it attacked her. It's the only theory that makes sense, or so we believe. It seems like it would be a little too convenient. If we just leave it at that, then. Do you have anything to say, Hudson? We're just gonna talk about the curfew again. I can actually, you know, talk to him and not just examine his desk. Don't go wandering around at night, it's not safe right now. I suppose I would believe so, but... unfortunately, wandering around at night is exactly what we have to be doing to solve this bizarre mystery. So the next plot event is at 9:30, I think? No, at 9 PM. We have a little bit of time to kill until then, so we can go back to our shed and save again, I think. Since I keep Steve just walking in the middle of the road like that at night. Since I keep bringing up Shenmue as a game that took inspiration from this game, I suppose that's another aspect that it took taken from this. The fact that you have to keep going back to the place where you sleep so that you can save. I mean, of all that stuff was pretty much streamlined in Shenmue 2. Which is a great game, like I already said. I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised by how much I liked Shenmue 2. Well, let's go ahead and, I guess, yeah. A couple of 1-hour naps. We're killing a little bit of time until 9 PM. So we'll be taking 1 nap to save, and we'll be taking another nap, in which we will not save. We'll pet the dog one more time. And we will make our way to... I'm pretty sure we gotta go to the cemetery, which is where we have to wait for that event to take place. To get there, we need to move away from where we are right now. Move away from the direction we were facing then. And go over here instead. Move west, cross the bridge one more time. And go to the vicinity of the hospital, which is where the cemetery is, as we've been noting since the beginning. Also smash into a tree, because why not? A perfectly intended consequence of just losing control because of the directions not being responsive. And suppose you go from one area to the next. Ooh, what else here? Need a place to hide. I guess we found it, and I thought we had to wait until 9 PM, but maybe we can get this scene a little bit earlier. Okay, I guess we didn't notice us at all as we get behind this thing. Well, here comes Bonehead, right on time. It's totally trustworthy looking dude. Did you hear someone broke into Emma's house? Well, no need to worry about Emma, so no big deal, I guess. You'll be out here just to tell me the shit I already know. Well, both know why you're here. The money, Mel. When are you gonna pay it back? Time's running out, you know. Tomorrow around noon, I'll be coming into some major cash. So he claims. I wonder if that had anything to do with this little certain something we saw him get involved in just before this scene happened. With a gold mine somewhere I don't know about. Well, you might say that. We'll have the money tomorrow and then we're done, right? Just get the cash and get out. You better have it tomorrow. The boss won't wait any longer. You ain't as lenient as I am. Can't guarantee what might happen to you. Tomorrow you'll see. And indeed, tomorrow something interesting will happen, but I guess we already have foreknowledge of it thanks to this eavesdropping incident. And there we are. Yeah, I thought we had to wait until 9 PM to witness that meeting scene, but we could do it a little bit earlier. See, it paid off to actually get here on time, with a little bit of time to spare. So now we just have a couple of, a few more optional scenes we can get. So let's head right back into town for one of them. And for the remainder of them, we get one by heading into town, we get one from going to the bar, I think, yeah. I think it'll just be a repeat pretty much of the... Oh, here he is, he's also shown up again. I'm getting slightly geometry myself, but hey, what's up? Wanna have a nice chat? I'm in a hurry here. Alright. Yeah, he looks like he's really hurrying here. Into the diner where it's closed, but... even so... Are you really going through with this? What's the worst that could happen? Is that something about rednecks and dumbasses? No. You're insured, it's a win-win. All you gotta do is keep everybody calm. No heroes, you got it. This isn't gonna work, babe, though. It's gonna be fine. Come here, it'll be okay. So, yep, nothing dodgy going on there. Definitely couldn't be related to what he was talking about earlier. Definitely couldn't be planning a completely dumbass thing himself. So how do we get to the bar from here? Let me see. Okay, it's straight across from here. Straight across and then a left turn pretty much to be able to go out. So we go around a little bit. I mean, it's already well past 8, so should be no issue being able to get into the bar. Oops, hold on. I want to almost drive into the building. And look, the mother is outside the bar again. But the necklace the bear had, did you give it to Kathy? Did give it her. Is it an Amohi artifact? Wouldn't know, found it in the church basement after I first took over as pastor. Kathy took a shine to it, so I gave it to her, but it only brought her misery, so it would seem. It was worn by that fiend. It's an ugly part of our history best left unsaid. But it's sure it's the same thing that somebody else has already alluded to. Not that that would be obvious at this point. Still, Kathy always wore it. Did she give it to someone? A little while back, she said she gave it to someone who needed it more than her. But if they ever had it, she must have somehow been wearing it that night. Maybe. I wanted to talk to him again, but getting turned around so much. I'm like a good boy, even though we learned something new from talking to him. Well, I guess pretty much we can just, if we come back in here, we can have a repeat of the like really late night scenes that we got in the bar. On the first day, I might as well do it. Just to be thorough, you know. But I hear Kathy was in and out of this place a lot. Maybe Emma and Kathy struck up a friendship here. Yeah, maybe. Here specifically, I mean. Apparently Emma came here once with Winona in tow, but Kathy also came here by herself, and maybe that's just where they managed to meet each other more. Or know each other better or something, and that led to them being involved in this bizarre tragedy together, which is, I guess, the ironic part of the situation, wouldn't you say? Let's actually wait outside the bar. We got a couple more scenes left to wait for. Or a couple more things that we can find by waiting around here. One of them would be like someone showing up here around 10 PM, and then the other one would be, you know, the usual, someone will come out and may or may not give the same message that you can get if you wait around until 10:30 on the first night. You wait until 10:30 again on this night. But yeah, since I guess we gotta be waiting around for a little bit, if we want to witness those scenes, might as well do something during that time. It's gonna be a few minutes, so let's see. Why don't we try something like, I don't know. What's another character in this game? How about Winona? She shows up often enough. Surely we can use that as a base. Let's see exactly what this is going to look like. Has your character been in a movie? No. Does your character really exist? No. Originally from a video game? Yes. Use guns? No. Often wear a hat? No. From a horror game? No. A boy? No. A music-based game? No. Of human skin? Yes. Powers? No. League of Legends? No. Student? Yes. Android simulator? No. You control your character? No. Did your character die? Well, spoilers, but no. Is your character from a Japanese anime? No. Is your character yellow? No. Is she from GTA? No. She wear a red outfit? No, it's more like blue denim stuff. Pink hair? No. From a video game? Yes. Go to school? Yes. Member of a club? I'm gonna say no. I really have no idea. Blonde? No, I think she has like brown hair. Japanese? No. Deltarune? No. Hair pink? No. Yellow skin? No. From Baldi's Basics? No. Seems like a bit of a curveball there. Red Mother alive? I actually have no idea. I don't think we meet her in this game, so I'm gonna say probably not. First guess is Cassandra from Pico's school, which I find interesting. Okay, hold on, it's 10 PM now. Ooh, the guy with the weird neck is coming out. Go to this town, I don't know where anything is. I'm gonna drive around town tomorrow and acclimate myself. That's exactly what they said the previous night. I wonder if he actually did any of that on this day. I mean, we saw him at the park earlier. And I thought Lorraine was supposed to show up in her street clothes around this time, but I guess not yet. Maybe she doesn't show up specifically because we already saw that happen the previous day. I mean, I would imagine that if she does show up, she would show up in a car, just like the rest of the people that do show up. Unless she's gonna actually, you know, walk in the snow in the middle of the night, like I suppose Winona likes to do. It's not like that's unprecedented from what we've seen in this game. Hey, and apparently I was right on the money there. Walks quite fast, to be fair. But have a drink at the bar. Cold days like this make me want to drink. Cold days like this make me want to make them even colder with a cold one, maybe. And she just immediately moves to the bar. So really quickly. I'm here to see Isabella. Her bodyguard is pretty strict. I doubt you'll get a chance. If you're dead set on it, your best bet is to catch her on her way home. You never leave the bar through the back entrance at 12:30 AM, so she just gives you a very clear guide on how to be a stalker yourself. And that might seem weird, but I'm pretty sure we actually will have to make use of that. I wonder if Wolf has anything different that he can tell us right now. There's a girl who knew Kathy. She comes here to drink sometimes, but she's not here tonight. Who knows when she'll show up again? I'm guessing that he's probably talking about Wayne, who we already met at the beginning of this day. And hey, this guy's back as well. Can wait just a little bit longer and we will witness Isabella coming out again, I'm pretty sure. So we don't get told about the live show by Lorraine tonight, but we do get told about how to stalk Isabella. Something that there won't be much of a point in us doing right now though, so... Let's just see exactly what happens if we... wait just 5 more minutes for the 10:30 to come yet again. I'm sure we'll get much better results than the previous night where she just said, nope, sorry, just not doing it. See, there she goes. I'm sure this will be completely different. No variation whatsoever. Thank you for being here at Club Wolves tonight. My deepest apologies, but I'm afraid I can't perform tonight. Oh, what a surprise. And this guy does the same avoidant look. Some personal business to attend to, just like the previous night. You'll be able to sing again tomorrow night. That's what you said the previous night. I don't know if I can believe you anymore. But hey, there we go. Was very fruitful. But at least all the time that we spent just waiting for this moment will make it a little bit less of a hassle to wait for the next thing that we can do, which is pretty much just a joke thing that you can do. Talk to this guy again. He just says, don't look at me again. Even though he showed up, the previous night. Pretty much the same result, just to be there. In the proverbial front row. And clapping directly at Isabella, who didn't even perform. And now he's just hanging around. But now that we've waited until this moment, let me slightly slope myself up and check where I am. So we can go to the park really late at night, which is always a good idea, as I'm sure you'll imagine, but no. We actually do find something very interesting if we go to the park late at night, and if we got a bunch of the optional scenes that we could have gotten the second day, which we did. Specifically those involving the old guy who compares a certain character to Jason. I think it's really spelled out that we can do this, or I think it is actually. It's at least suggested by some characters, but I don't remember exactly in what context. But if you get those scenes and you come back here to the park anytime between, I think it's like 11 PM and 1 AM. There's somebody, by the way. Somebody that's just hanging around, but that will not speak to us, it would seem. Just wait for the time to actually hit 11 PM. But if you come here between 11 PM and 1 AM on any given night... Oh, I thought I was talking to her. Wait, press that button. You can unlock a certain hidden thing. Or access a certain hidden thing. Which I will try out right now. Hey, we don't us apparently being here, even as we make our way here. We was just here this entire time. Damn it, I wanted to talk to her, but... It's gonna be a little bit difficult if she's moving down the stairs like this and I have to follow her. This wind is freezing, Matthew. I think we should head home. Right. Even though she's not really asking us for our ride home now or anything. Guess she must feel pretty comfortable if she's walking around by herself at 11 PM. On a winter night. Like that much distance to her home. But hey, here we are. Do you know who I am, Sonny? Old Man Perry. Now you're ready. A host of challengers awaits you by the junkyard. A fight, two-player fighting mode, which requires a second controller, but I don't know if we can... I don't know. Try it. Might be something that I actually have to set up though. Scroll through characters with the directional buttons and press... yeah. It's a total joke mode. Plug in a second controller. This mode can only be exited by completing a match, so you have to actually select one character with each person to actually be able to start this. So yeah, you do need this second controller to even start this, but I think you can select pretty much every single character that you can find in the game. You can select freaking the receptionist from the sheriff's office. You can select this guy, the deputy who guards the forest. You can select Steve. Well, Father, Winona. You can even select one particular very interesting character who you wouldn't expect to be able to, and you also notice how you have a freaking Lorraine in her waitress clothes and in her street clothes. You can select this character. You can fight as Barbara, who is in a wheelchair. And a few other people. But I'll go through the whole roster. I think you would actually... yeah, I would actually have to go through some technical stuff just to be able to set up the second controller right now, so... don't know if I could show it off at this precise moment, but... I might as well go through the character roster. There's this guy who was like the gate guard in the high school. I don't think we've met this guy yet. Or necessarily all of them. There's the guy who's like one of the construction workers at the friggin' blockade. There's the head nurse. There's whatever that guy is. There's the random bystanders and this dude who shows up at the bar. And Lorraine, I think, was in there too. There's Old Man Perry himself and apparently an old woman. And that's a final character before we loop back around. What if we, what if I select her? Okay, there we go. So you can select her, but you can't actually do anything different unless we have a second controller. Let me try something. Try see what happens if I check this. No, I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I think I'm actually gonna be able to do this without pretty much resetting everything, so... Unfortunately, I think I will just have to take a step back in time like so. I can just wait at the foot of these stairs so I can talk to Winona again, but yeah. See if I can get that set up so I can try it again in one of the different days. Actually show that off. It's pretty ridiculous, but you know. It shows that there was at least a little bit of thought put into the combat system. Nowhere near as much as to make it as good as like something in, well, the combat system in Shenmue, for example, which is already pretty questionable, even though it was ostensibly a little bit better, just based on the fact that it was like the entirety of Shenmue was not just inspired by something like this, but also started as the Virtua Fighter spin-off, so there would be at least some thought put into that beforehand, but well, anyway. I think that's pretty much the final thing that you can discover for the second day. That is the first night in which that is available, but you can keep doing it on future nights if you come here at that time. But right now we're just coming back to, I guess we're gonna take the long route. We can get some gas at the gas station so that we're not wanting for that in the morning. But then we'll just go home and sleep, just like I will do very soon, because as soon as we are able to do that and able to save, that's pretty much what I'm going to be calling this for the nights. Oh goodness. It would also help if I didn't crash into things by veering in a violent fashion. I mean, Forklift Master Derby 2000, yes, exactly. Especially good if you are trying to get more money at the end of that game, because you want to, like, I don't know, keep grinding the gacha machines or something. And the only way to really grind money in at least the first Shenmue game is to keep on redoing one day of work over and over close to the end of the game. Makes it more exciting. It also gives you more of a chance to get more of the unique capsule toys that you can get for getting different positions in the forklift race. And here we are. But yeah, I feel like I definitely favor the fighting the combat in Shenmue, just based on the fact that it never made me feel like it was an absolute necessity to use save states. Unlike the combat that will come in the later parts of this game, you know, spoilers, but you know. But I believe that's it. Let's just head into the old shed. Dreamcast Y button, whoa. And then there is the combat system in Shenmue 3, which is something that I've barely been able to experience so far, but if I'm not mistaken, apparently they actually took out the dodge button. And now you just dodge by using the stick instead. So yeah, the next event at the beginning of day 3 is at 7:30, so that's about 5 hours snooze to get things started here. And it's 4:34, so yeah, probably sleep like a couple more times with a 1 hour nap to prepare for the 7:30 event, which is actually optional. We'll probably want to get it anyway, probably wouldn't be a problem. But as I said, that will actually be something that I'll leave for next time, since I've been going at this for a while and it has gotten late, so this is where I'm going to be wrapping things up for the time being. Then we're going to play Shenmue 3. I actually have had Shenmue 3 for some time, just because I got the... Oh, there's the main PSX reloaded window, by the way, because it just defaults to that when you close out of the actual game render window. But yeah, I actually had Shenmue 3 sitting in my library for a while, because I guess I got it from some Humble Monthly, I think. That's typically the explanation for me just having those types of games lying around. But I did play through Shenmue 1 and let's listen to Metamorphosis for the Black Abyss of Death for closing out the stream, why not? I did play Shenmue 1 and 2 recently on the HD remaster, and I did end up enjoying those quite a bit, so I'll probably try to actually go through Shenmue 3 on my own time. Sometime in the immediate future. But yeah, that's gonna bring us to the end of the stream tonight. Hey, this is actually the... I didn't recognize it until we got to this part, but this is actually the final boss, final form theme from Curse of Darkness, which you can recognize because it has the same kind of like up and down glissando refrain that it has that's in the final boss, final form theme from Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. It's the same kind of thing. And it's... I'm pretty sure those two games came out around the same time, and I mean it's the same composer, it's Michiru Yamane, so it's not really surprising. You can hear some of their recurring refrains in several different Castlevania games. With Curse of Darkness being a particularly good example of that. You can hear refrains that were also used in Portrait of Ruin and Dawn of Sorrow, and probably a few more that I just like, and Art of Sorrow too, actually, now that I think about that. And maybe more that I have just escaped my notice, but there you go. Just came back. Well, we'll come back to it, but we're pretty much wrapping things up right now. And because of the way that I structured my streams for this week, I think I'm actually going to be taking Wednesday off, but I should be back on Thursday with probably the beginning of Yakuza 0, which was the other redemption that I have ending, so be starting to check that out real soon. But then we will probably be doing more Mizzurna Falls, which is probably going to be taking at least one more stream than just a couple to get through, but that's fine. And I'll be doing more of that on Friday, I think, at any rate. After I do some Yakuza 0 on Thursday. So keep an eye out for that. But for now, I think I'm gonna try throwing a quick raid at someone. I will check on right now just to see situation. Yeah. I'll try to throw a quick raid at our old friend LP Zelda Gamer, who is live right now, apparently just doing a just chatting stream with some peeps whom you may know as a connoisseur of Japanese stuff and just generally a very chill person who plays lots of stuff like, I don't know, certain RPGs and stuff like Genshin Impact as well. So hopefully you can raid me. Am I trying to say? Let me try that again, but a little bit slower, so I don't just myself right at the last moment. Hopefully you can join me for that for just a few moments. And saying hello as well. Ooh. Oh, hey, this is the one of the other Mars Springer 4 rip-off tracks from this game, incidentally, but yeah. But yeah, good night or whatever time of days it may be to everyone. And once again, I will say, y'all take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat. Thanks for the raid to the Midnights. And just thanks to everyone for hanging out. And I will be seeing you later.